Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. May the peace and blessings of God be with you all, whatever your faiths or beliefs. Thank you for joining us today for this IQRA Peace Conference on September the 11th, 2022. I hope all of you are well. For us in the United Kingdom, this has been a very difficult and sad few days. As I'm sure everybody must realize, we have just lost Her Majesty the Queen, Elizabeth II, who has been our Queen for the past 70 years. We wish to convey our condolences to His Majesty King Charles III and his family, and we pray that Allah grants them steadfastness and constancy at this difficult time. And we pray that Allah grants Her Majesty the Queen that she may rest in peace and be reunited with her beloved Prince Philip. Sorry, this has obviously happened since we planned this conference. Today, we're going to continue with the conference because we believe that the purpose of this conference to bring together the three Abrahamic faiths to help us to understand each other's faiths better so that we may make a more peaceful world is something which is immensely valuable and important. We also believe this is something which the late Her Majesty the Queen, Elizabeth II, and also His Majesty King Charles III would support. So we welcome you all here today for this conference. And the way we're going to do this is we are streaming the conference to our Facebook page at the Association of British Muslims, who are hosting this in partnership with IQRA, that is run by Dr. Safi Kaskas. If people have questions, please post them in the chat box. We're only going to have the speakers speaking during this conference, but we welcome all of your questions and thoughts, and we will do our best to reply to them. If we can't reply to them today, then we will do so in the next week or so. But please do post your questions. They are important to us, and we will do our best to answer them. I am joined today by my esteemed colleague, Nahid Saeed, and she will be doing most of the hosting during the conference. And I welcome especially our esteemed speakers from three different faith traditions and from around the world. We really appreciate all of your time and dedication to the work that you do and to joining us here today. I'm also joined by Dr. Safi Kaskas, who is head of IQRA, and my colleague Mohammed Abbasi, and they will also be helping to host this conference today. I am Paul Salahuddin Armstrong, the Managing Director of the Association of British Muslims and a Muslim chaplain at the University of Birmingham. And I'm also representing IQRA in the United Kingdom. So without further ado, I would like to pass over to my colleague Naveed. I think is that everything? Is there anything else that I have missed? If I have, please forgive me. Like I say, it has been a very difficult few days.
Hello, everybody, and thank you very much, Paul, for that introduction and the overview of what we aim to achieve from today's conference. Can I just also add my welcome to all the speakers today, and I really look forward to hearing your perspectives on this topic. So a few weeks ago, I had a call from Mohammed Abbasi asking if I would host a conference on peace and reconciliation of the three holy books, of the Abrahamic faith. I was very intrigued and clearly wanted to know a bit more about what I might be letting myself in for. And so I asked some questions, and what I found was that the inspiration for this conference arose out of a desire to draw out something positive and healing from the very catastrophic events of 9/11, a tragedy that impacted the world over. And when in the search for answers and to feed the very human need to understand what was going on, we found religion was being targeted. Specifically, Islam and Muslims world over were finding themselves to be the focus of people's fears, hatred, and anger. However, as like for many Muslims and people of faith, Dr. Kaskas felt Islam and the teachings of the Quran were being misrepresented, and the Quran needed to be better understood around the world. And so he began his work to find common ground between the three Abrahamic faiths and to build a foundation from which tolerance, acceptance, and peace can grow. So this is what I learned, and I was clearly thinking, wow, that's really interesting, and I think I'd really like to be a part of that conversation. And so I dug a little bit more and found out a little bit more about Dr. Kaskas. And in January 2015, I learned Dr. Kaskas translated and published the Quran into easy to understand English. And I learned that it's easy to understand was very important in that sort of building of bridges. A year later, in January 2016, he published the Quran with references to the Bible, with no less than 3,000 references to the Old and New Testament, to be precise. Dr. Safi Kaskas, as many of you will know, is an administrator in the managerial sciences with over 40 years of broad-based experience in strategic planning, leadership, and business ethics, with an emphasis on strategic management in corporate and academic worlds. He has studied Abrahamic religions and lectured throughout the US and the Middle East on subjects relating to Islam, interfaith, and reconciliation between evangelicals and American Muslims. He's also a senior researcher in Islam and multi-faith reconciliation with George Mason University for World Religions, Diplomacy, and Conflict Resolution. As Paul said, Dr. Kaskas is also the founder and president of the International Quran Research Association, IQRA. And so without going too much more into what Dr. Kaskas has found, learned, and would like to share, can I please welcome Dr. Kaskas to give us his presentation and perspective on the situation. Thank you very much.
Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. Peace be with you. I want to start by giving my deepest condolences to the British people and the royal family. Let me now give you some background for what led to this conference. I came to the United States from Lebanon in 1969. And I lived all this time in the southern part of the United States. The South has been very good to me. If it wasn't for my southern neighbors who welcomed me, opened their homes to me, introduced me to their friends, and helped me start my business, I wouldn't have made it. It was their kindness, southern hospitality, and true neighborly characters that helped me. For 33 years, all was well. I was always welcome. My religion was somewhat intriguing to most, and everyone invited me to speak about it until 9/11 happened. A shocked and grieving America desperately tried to understand why anyone would carry out such an assault. I was more shocked than they were. Why do they hate us? Asked a bewildered-looking president. Later, America found its scapegoat, Arabs, Muslims, and anyone who looked Middle Eastern. Today, when I look back at 9/11, I feel it was a fork in the road for many. For some, it was a landmark for deepening fear of Muslims. The intensified rhetoric had exposed an alarming trend that has developed since 9/11. Muslims were consistently cast as somehow un-American because of their faith. But all this is changing. Not only American Muslims survived all this hatred created by 9/11 and followed by the war on terror that destroyed several Muslim majority countries, but American Muslims started inviting their neighbors to their mosques, shared their holy book, the Quran, with their neighbors, and are leading the way today toward pluralism and the protection of freedoms guaranteed to all Americans in the Constitution. This is what led to today's conference. Today, I will speak to you about promoting peace through the reconciliation of the Muslim, Christian, and Jewish holy books. But what does the reconciliation of our holy books mean? Would I be trying to fuse all three books into one? Absolutely not. What then? Is it an attempt to prove that one book is right and the other books are wrong? No, not at all. This would not be reconciliation at all. What is it then that I mean by the reconciliation of our holy books? It simply means to invite a fair-minded group of people, just like the people we invited for today, who follow the three books, to find the commonalities that exist in them. Once we discover these commonalities, we will then meet again in order to build bridges on the common grounds we discovered and invite the followers of the three religions to cross the bridges and meet and work together to build peace among them, especially when I know that all holy books call on us to live together in peace. Jews, Christian, and Muslim represent the majority of the world population, or 57%, according to Pew Research Center. Yet peace can't happen in the world without the understanding, cooperation, and support of the believers in these holy books. They need to be convinced that their own scriptures teach inclusiveness and support this proposed change from the present exclusivist power paradigm, allowing the strong to dominate and oppress the weak, into a paradigm of peace through pluralism, allowing all of us to prosper together. The key to this proposal is for each one of us to worship God the best way they know how, and to leave that judgment to Him. In addition to the war raging in Europe at this time, there is a wave of national populism taking place throughout the world, where far-right populists are rising in the polls and are gaining unprecedented strength by spreading fear of the other and amplifying religious biases. Misrepresentation arising from ignorance breeds fear, and fear remains the greatest enemy of peace. The solution is to create tools of enlightenment, to educate and dispel ignorance, to get as many religious leaders on board and get them to support each other and the message of reconciliation, to get the parents to educate themselves about other religions if they want their children to grow up accepting the other. While the promise of this conference is to find a path toward peace through the reconciliation of our holy books, I like to propose this tool, which is my book, the Quran, with the references to the Bible. It is a daring book which shows the common ground between the holy books of the Abrahamic faith. It's written in simple English, so it can be understood by most. It is an important new tool for Jews, Christians, and Muslims who want to set aside stereotypes and caricatures of one another to understand the similarities between our great faith traditions, as well as respect the differences that exist, and to find within those beliefs the resources to respect the other and work together for the common good. My co-author, the late Dr. David Hungerford, and I had as our underlying motivation for the book to build bridges of better understanding, undermine extremism on all sides, and enlighten ignorance. This book, this powerful instrument, offers Muslims, Christians, and Jews a fresh insight to reconciliation with God and man, and it is greatly needed in these turbulent times. The book started as a Quran translation project. During the years I spent working with the translation, it became obvious to me that the Quran's purpose was not to compete with the Torah and the Gospels, as it often confirms them as books of guidance and enlightenment. Check Quran 5:46 and 48. As a final revelation, it is a commentary on both, meaning the Quran is a commentary on both the Torah and the Gospels. This point is missed by most Western scholars, but it wasn't missed by my co-author, Dr. Hungerford, who was instrumental in encouraging me and in spending his precious time with me to complete the book. A closer look at the Quran, and one finds it to be inclusive and promoting pluralism. Let's hear what the Quran says about this subject. It says, "Truly those believers in this message, as well as the Jews, the Christians, and the Sabians, whoever believes in God and in the last day and does righteous deeds will have their reward from their Lord and will not have fear, nor will they grieve." Quran chapter 2, verse 62. The Quran here confirms all of previous religions and describes them using a term of endearment, the people of the book. The holy books tells us that their origin is God himself, and therefore the Quran tells us that the message communicated through them is essentially the same. The speaker in the Quran is God himself, and he is telling his messenger Muhammad and all of us, he has ordained for you the same faith he commanded Noah and what we have revealed to you, meaning Muhammad and later on all of us, and what we commanded Abraham, Moses, and Jesus. You shall uphold the faith and do not break into factions. This is Quran chapter 42, verse 13. The faith the Quran is talking about in Arabic called deen is the Quran is emphasizing that faith. It can be found in the opening of the Shema in the Torah. It says, "Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one." Deuteronomy 6:4. Shema Israel, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. According to Jesus, we are all neighbors. Look at Luke 10:25-37. But if it wasn't for a diverse society that included the Samaritans at that time, we would not have heard of the Good Samaritan. We need to learn again that our diversity is a source of our strength. This diversity can be the trajectory for creativity in many fields. We need to learn from the Quran as well as from common sense. That diversity, we need to learn from the Quran again that our diversity is a source of strength. This diversity can be the trajectory for creativity in many fields. We need to learn from the Quran as well as from simple logic that if God had wanted, he could have made all of us a single community, but instead he is testing us by means of what he has revealed to us. Here is what the Quran says about this. we have assigned to each of you a law and a way of life. If God had wanted, he could have made all of you a single community. But instead, he is testing you by means of what he has revealed to you. So compete in doing what is good. You will all return to God, and he will clarify these matters about which you have differed. This is Quran 5:48. The Quran is in fact telling us that striving to live peacefully together is an act of worship, and learning to respect our differences is a blessing. It is saying to us to accept the other and to compete with them in doing what is good. It's not saying convert the others, nor it is saying fight the others. It's simply saying compete in serving each other. Those with means should compete to help those with limited resources. If we love for others what we love for ourselves, then we should not oppress, as we don't like to be oppressed. We should regard bad for others whatever we regard as bad for ourselves. The adoption of this simple code of conduct by faith leaders can go a long way in healing the strained relationship between people of various faiths. The Quran goes a step further. Where Jews, Christians, and Muslims are divided and cannot resolve their differences, the Quran in chapter 2, verse 148, prescribes an appropriate arena for competition. We are to compete with each other in good deeds. The Quran says, to every community, there is a direction to turn to. So compete in doing good deeds. This is Quran chapter 2, verse 148. Homogeneity, a term in the Quran describing al-Qura, is a recipe for intellectual sterility and eventually leads to the end of a civilization. Whereas pluralism that encourages healthy, respectful competition and debates among the diverse cultural groups raises the intelligence and virtue of the society in general. It does so because each community can act as a role model for particular skills and human virtues for others to emulate. And that is a reciprocal process. It works both ways. It is through such reciprocal engagement that the core values upheld by one nation, society, or community can be tested and held to account by all of us. Social justice is a wonderful arena for competition, as justice, equality, and human rights are craved by millions of oppressed people all over the world. In conclusion, it is becoming evident that Muslims can best live their faith and strive in a civil state that guarantees equal rights and freedoms to all citizens, such as the first Medina community under Prophet Muhammad, peace be with him. My work with the Quran confirms that freedom and compassionate justice are the essence of the Quran. God endowed each one of us with the ability to choose so we can be individually responsible for our free choices. Hence, the more freedom the state guarantees its citizen, the closer it is to implement God's will for its existence. This book is a first step of a project in progress. We need a team of scholars to find more parallels between the books to bring believers closer. We Muslims need to continuously strive to have a contemporary understanding of the Quran in order for the Quran to fulfill its promise to be enlightenment and mercy for all people all the time. I call on this peace conference to adopt this book, to spread it, to develop it as a tool of reconciliation and bridge building, so people of various faiths can focus less on their doctrinal differences and focus more on their rights and the future of their children, as in Arabic we call it khulafa, vice regents of Allah on this planet. Thank you very much. At the end of this conference, God willing, we will get again together and we'll try to come out with some resolutions. So please be prepared to propose some resolution. Thank you very much, and I appreciate you listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gaskas, for that very interesting and enlightening insight into all of the work that you've done. It's very clear to pick out a few key points from what you shared with us about your work and findings that underscore the values of equality, respect, and inclusivity, and the importance of learning to live in an environment and creating an environment in which we respect each other and aim and strive for freedom and justice for all, irrespective of what we believe or not about the other. I think that is one of the key values, I think, I can see very clearly in all three of those books, and I can, from my experience, understand that that is the core value that we all share. It really does need to be promoted and understood better. So thank you very much for that, Dr. Gaskas, and we look forward to hearing more and discussing that towards the end of this session and again in a few weeks. So now moving on to our next speaker, Dr. Bradley Jerzek. Dr. Jerzek is the Dean of Theology and Culture at St. Stephen's University, New Brunswick, Canada, and Professor of Religious Studies and for the Institute for Religion, Peace and Justice. He is also a monastery preacher at All Saints of North America Orthodox Monastery in Canada. Can I welcome Dr. Jerzek to speak to us now? Thank you very much.
I would like to share what I'm calling drinking well from others' wells, reading sacred texts for invitations. Your Excellencies, sisters and brothers in God's expansive family, grace and peace. As a Canadian subject of Her Majesty, I sorrow with my friends across the Commonwealth, with gratitude that God answered our prayers, that she would live long and reign well. Today, I'd like to express my gratitude for our common commitment to peacemaking and to share 4 brief invitations about reading one another's texts with openness, respect, and wonder. I was personally raised in a tradition of religious certitude where we were all too convinced that our provincial faith and our particular way of reading our scriptures defined the sealed boundaries of truth. Regardless of whether what I share in this paper resonates with others, I sincerely hope that you will hear my good faith repentance for the narrowness that I'm still overcoming. In my attempts to drink well from the wells of other holy books, I've developed 4 invitations that I will briefly clarify and illustrate. My sense is that reading well includes the following. 1, that I would invite us to read well from each other's scriptures with open hearts, attentive to points of connection. And this is the particular genius of my friend Safi. 2, I invite us to read well from others' scriptures, seeing them as a unique song to the one true God. And I invite us, 3rd, to consider how others read their own scriptures. And finally, I invite us to consider how others read our scriptures. So the first point, I invite us to read well from each other's scriptures with open hearts, attentive to points of connection. Of course, this is first of all an invitation to read one another's scriptures. Many people of faith have neglected to read their own texts, much less those of other faiths. And perhaps we were taught to be afraid to read outside our tradition, or worse, we presumed only to read other holy books, scouring them for ammunition to use against them. I've seen that. I've experienced that even this week. I believe we're invited to do better, reading the Jewish, Christian, and Muslim scriptures with open hearts, attentive to those connecting dots. And in the Christian text, the Acts of the Apostles, Paul of Tarsus finds himself addressing Stoic philosophers at the Parthenon in Athens, amidst even their idols, and seeking to make his message heard, he came prepared. He wanted to establish some solid common ground with his pagan audience. And he says, quote, as one of your own poets said, and elsewhere he says, as one of your own prophets said elsewhere. And then he actually cites two different hymns to Zeus that they were familiar with. Imagine that. Now, Paul did not see their prophets as his prophets. He did not regard their vision of Zeus as his god at all. But crucially, he read them with an open heart, attentive to those points of connection, so that from their sacred texts, Paul could affirm what any of us here could probably agree to, and that is this, that we are all God's offspring, children of one and the same creator, and two, that in him we all live and move and have our being. He found these statements, which became central to Christian theology, in a pagan text because he was looking to do some peacemaking, to be someone who would invite conversation and who could hear one another well. Who knew that Paul would make part of his central confession, derive it from a pagan mythological song? Similarly, not every Jew would recognize Jesus of Nazareth as one of their prophets. Not every Christian recognizes Muhammad, peace be unto him, as one of our prophets. And not every Muslim would recognize someone like Paul of Tarsus outside of the Gospels as one of their prophets. But like Paul, could we not read each other's prophets through the scriptures, attentive to the points of connection? 2, I invite us to read each other's scriptures well, seeing them as unique songs to the one true God. So once we become willing to read each other's scriptures, we'll of course also notice not only common points, but points of divergence. In fact, even within my own scriptures, I see a polyphonic message that while it's harmonious, it's certainly not sung in unison. But rather than seeing our diversity as a point of conflict or a cause for exclusion, might we instead think of our holy books, at the very least, as each other's faith's unique song about the one true God? Perhaps then we could acknowledge the following points. No, others' sacred song is not necessarily my song. Others' sacred song is not necessarily how I would sing about God. But I can read and honor any sacred song sung to the one universal creator God, as it spurs me to a deeper devotion, a more rigorous obedience, and a more open-hearted love that erases barriers of hostility that divide us. Truth be told, I was moved to find this concept, worshiping the one true creator God across multiple faiths amid diverse songs of devotion by a diverse choir of prophetic songbirds, where? In the Sikh scriptures of all places. As a Christian peacemaker living in a city that is 35% Sikh, is it not my responsibility to know their sacred song and rejoice in its many points of resonance? As a Christian worshiper, I can say, as one of their prophets says, the compassionate Lord is merciful to the meek. The ocean of peace, he fills all hearts. He sees and hears and is always with me. He's the creator, the cause of causes, the cherisher of the world. And they sing, merciful to the meek, O my beloved ocean of peace. As a Christian worshiper, I'm inspired to pray from the Jewish Psalter. He made his ways known to Moses, his deeds to the people of Israel. The Lord is compassionate and gracious, slow to anger, abounding in love. As high as the heavens are above the earth, so great is his love for those who fear him. As far as the east is from the west, so far as he removed our transgressions from us. As far as a father has compassion on his children, so the Lord has compassion on those who fear him. For he knows how we are formed. He remembers that we are dust. As a Christian worshiper, I'm inspired to pray from the Quran. In the name of God, the merciful to all, the mercy giver, praise be to God, the Lord of the world, the merciful to all, the mercy giver, master of the day of judgment. As a Christian worshiper, I'm inspired by those prayers to excel in my faith because of yours. Third, I invite us to consider how others read their own scriptures. Reading others' scriptures well means noting how each faith tradition interprets their own holy books. It's not fair to impose my interpretive biases on your texts without reference to how each source tradition hears and prays and lives them themselves. Before anti-Semitism so badly infected the church, early Christians patterned their approach to the Torah after the Jewish rabbi Philo of Alexandria. Philo summoned Torah readers to interpret their text in a manner, quote, worthy of God. Before even opening the scrolls, he insisted on the premise that God is good, and he warned against literalist readings that would blaspheme God's character. Ironically, Christians often assume that Jewish rabbis read the Torah as rigid religious literalists and legalists and moralists, while somehow Christianity had arrived at the true spirit of the law. My experience is actually just the opposite. Christian readings of the Jewish scriptures often suffer from a neglect of consulting ancient and contemporary rabbis for their layered and nuanced discoveries. I recall puzzling over the Jewish tradition of Abraham's test of faith in the binding of Isaac. Christians commonly appropriated the imagery of the ram, identifying it with the Protestant doctrine of substitutionary atonement. But is that the true meaning of the Isaac incident? I had my doubts, and I wondered how Jewish scholars read their own story. And this is my point. How do you read your text? I need to know. So listening to a BBC radio skeptic interviewing Chief Rabbi Sir Jonathan Sacks a number of years back, it was very instructive. So the skeptic, John Humphreys, he says, why would a merciful God have done to Abraham what he did to Abraham, faced him with the agonizing dilemma, sacrifice your child if you believe me? Why would God have faced a human being with that wicked choice? And Rabbi Jonathan Sacks responded, we know that child sacrifice was incredibly widespread in the ancient world. We know that from every kind of archaeological evidence, child sacrifice, which is referred to many times in the Hebrew Bible as the most abominable of all acts, was the kind of thing you expected a God to ask of you. It's what the gods regularly asked from their devotees. But the essence of the Abraham story is that at the critical moment, God says, stop, I'm not that kind of God. He was teaching them, I did that so you would learn exactly what would happen if you don't listen carefully. So God slammed them on the brakes, and it was the most effective way of all history. End quote. Rabbi Sacks' response resonates with me, partly because I find it satisfying, but also because it makes more sense for me to wade into the Jewish scriptures with a Jewish guide. I invite us all to read well by learning how each faith tradition reads, prays, and lives from its own holy books. Finally, and fourth, I invite us to hear how other faiths read our scriptures. Finally, I call us to look for the gifts amidst their insights. In other words, we're hearing how other people read our books to see what they're seeing that I've sort of become dull to. And so it's one of my great joys to team teach on the Beatitudes of Jesus with my dear friend Safi Kaskas. Many of our students at the Institute for Religion, Peace, and Justice had never actually previously ever met a Muslim. And so when Safi joins us for a lecture and he opens up our own Sermon on the Mount to us, they're delighted when he shares insightful parallels between the Gospels and the Quran. So, for example, citing the seventh Beatitude, Safi says, blessed are the peacemakers. This is really his refrain, isn't it? For they will be called children of God. And this is a mind bender for our students. Are we saying that Muslims can be children of God too? Well, if they're peacemakers, they are, according to Jesus. So peacemakers, and so Safi says this, peacemakers are those special individuals who care enough to strive for peace. Among our Christian brothers and sisters, the primary conflict they will think about is what they call the alienation of human beings from God, and they consider that Jesus' main mission was to reconcile us back to God. A true understanding of Jesus' teachings will turn each Jesus follower into a peacemaker. Then he continues, Muslims see the main conflict as one of submitting and seeking harmony with God's will. Islam's religious text, the Quran, references the importance of peaceful living and coexistence for the entire human community. Islam's religious text, the Quran, references the importance of peaceful living and coexistence with the entire human community. That's worth repeating. This is why we're here today. And then in my class, he will then share a passage from the Quran to our Christian students to help us see the commonalities. And one that he loves to share is this from the Quran 5:15 and 16. Enlightenment has now come to you from God and a clear book. Through it, God guides those who follow what pleases him to the ways of peace, the ways of peace. And so I'm grateful for Safi. I'm grateful for you all. I'm grateful for your insights into the gospel teachings of Jesus, where you've looked at them and the parallels within your holy books. I'm grateful for Safi's example as a peacemaker in initiating this meeting, and his hospitality to me and to the rest of us has really begun transforming us from strangers into brothers and sisters. And so to all of you, people of God, I'm humbled that you allowed me to share my perspective today, and I'm gratified to participate in your generous peacemaking work. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. I hope you don't mind calling you Brad. I know your friends call you Brad, so I feel like I know you that much better. And I think, listening to you was, again, yet, more inspiration and more connections being made. And I hope Matt Harp, who's listening in, won't mind me sharing something he's posted, which is, your faith inspires me to excel in mine. Well, I think that deeply resonates, as do some of the other things that you've touched upon. And forgive me, I am just picking out a few points here. There was so much depth and meaning to everything you said, but I think particularly your quote, "Drinking well from the wells of others' holy books." I think that's so important and really the heart of this, I think, conversation. But it reminds me of my childhood and when I was going to mosque as a young person, very, very long time ago. But I remember not being encouraged to read other texts. And I think that was, again, perhaps lack of understanding, perhaps fear, perhaps holding on to one's culture and traditions in a new world, because my family moved to England and was setting up. So, there were some real reasons. But having said that, I think, key things that you've mentioned, words such as connections, sharing commonalities, reading with open hearts, divergence, diversity. I think those are really the essential words and concepts that we need to delve into. And I'm hoping that we'll hear more from those perspectives and others as we go through the conference. So thank you very, very much for that. And I would like to now move on to our next speaker, Samira Benturki Saidi. I hope I've pronounced that right, Samira. Samira is an independent Algerian research historian, author and editor working in the field of publishing and audiovisual production. She is an illustrator, translator, and author of historical works edited and by publishers in Europe and in the Middle East. Samira specializes in the field of maritime research on ancient peoples, and particularly Black, African, Caribbean, and Muslim navigators, and Arab and Muslim navigators and explorers. For several decades, she has specialized in pre-Columbian history of America, highlighting contributions of pre-Islamic Arab seafarers and discoverers to its discovery and settlement and continuity of occupation by expeditions launched from the west and north of Africa. Samira has written much and widely, and we can look into maybe putting some of her texts and writings onto the website so we can follow those and read into those more deeply. But without saying much more, I think I'm going to hand over the floor to Samira Benturki Saidi to take us through her presentation. Welcome, Samira.
Thank you very much. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim wa salatu wa salam ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in. In the name of Allah, the most compassionate, the most merciful, and peace be on our beloved Prophet Muhammad, on his family and companions. My contribution is about the link that has united peoples through the divine message, which is a message of peace, of course, and by its divine origin, necessarily inclusive. My research began with the prophets and messengers sent to humanity, a journey through time and space. These studies allowed me to break the human chains that had been put in place to separate and isolate certain peoples and continents from a certain old world. This intellectual path was historical as well as religious. For those who know me, I'm referring to the peoples of America before 1492. In spite of the fact that this conference is not really about 9/11, allow me to highlight the fact that since 1492, the natives of America have suffered from terrorism that did not reveal its identity. They have been labeled as savages and their humanity questioned. From a legal point of view, as Dr. Robert Crane, a Harvard University graduate lawyer, pointed out to me, the Europeans have covered themselves by pointing out the supposed savagery of these peoples of America. If they had said the opposite, they wouldn't have been able to take over this continent. But what does the Qur'anic text and the traditions of the Prophet actually say about this? All people, whether red or black, yellow or white, rich or poor, are supposed to be aware of the existence of their creator, Allah. All people have to be aware of the existence and sending of his prophets and messengers. Whether their name was Noah, Abraham, Moses, David, Solomon, Jesus, or Muhammad, or any other one. Alayhim salatu wassalam. These great men were depositories of a divine teaching through a monotheistic message, a comprehensive one aimed essentially at bringing about changes in people's lives, leading them away from paganism towards a monotheistic society founded on tolerance and justice for everyone. They were sent to all nations, all over the globe, ever since our father Adam, peace be upon him. Muhammad alayhi salatu wasalam led the foundations for tolerance among people. In the Quran, Allah highlighted to him and to us as Muslims that there must be no compulsion in the acceptance of religion. Of course, logically, all of us should be subject to the authority of the one who created us, Allah. All of us should submit to him. But in spite of all, individuals through time have refused to acknowledge this undeniable truth. But their creator, full of wisdom and mercy, gave them time and science in order for them to question the creation, his creation. He didn't behave as a dictator and allowed people with intelligence to criticize his revelation. With Allah, we have free will and freedom of speech. He didn't muzzle his prophets and messengers like those who are supposed to transmit information, but because sponsored, are muzzled and ordered to disseminate false information and false testimonies. It is especially the case against Muslims today. For Allah knows that we won't find any breach in his revelation, no default, no contradiction, no injustice, no persecution against humankind, nor against the fauna or the flora. When we walk, we should be careful not to crush an ant, have we been taught, regarding the time of King and Prophet Sulaiman alayhi salam. Allah gave us different examples through time, through cities, through the revelations that he had made. Not to be unfair when we render justice at the time of David alayhi salam. Not to practice usury at the time of Jesus alayhi salam. Not to kill at all times, for the one who kills a soul is considered as having killed humanity. What an unbearable burden. He didn't underline the race, color, faith of the victim. He referred to souls only. Allah told us to be fair to people and to take care of the orphans and of the weak. And who is the weak? The disabled are part of them. They have rights and we have duties towards them. Whether they are members of a family or acquaintances, whether your neighbors or visitors, but also citizens under the responsibility of leader or government. A few years ago, someone told me, why don't you read something else but the Quran, just to change your mind? She was referring to novels. She didn't understand. I'm afraid this person didn't understand what I was doing. I was having a blast with the divine book. I was really having fun, really having fun. I grew up while enjoying a free will. Neither my father, nor my mother, nor anyone else told me what to do, what to think, what to read. It was just great. Moreover, the Quran was not collecting dust in my library. It was the basis of my researches. It stimulated my wish for understanding other revelations. I read the Old and New Testaments. I was not even 20. Started making comparisons, looking for prophets and messengers in each and every book. On board of a vessel or whale, there had to be great navigators who were prophets. I was quite sure of that. I loved them all, and I spoke of them in a way that made an acquaintance of mine say, you speak of them as if you knew them. I imagined the messenger of Allah, alayhi salatu wasalam, praying in Jerusalem at Al-Aqsa with 124,000 prophets and messengers behind him. All of them sent to different cities and peoples from various colors and origins. What a beautiful image. Their presence and submission to Allah, their one and unique creator and Lord, was a symbol of a nuclear force, and at the same time, they were a symbol of harmony among peoples across time and space. They were brothers in the noble sense of the term. They didn't refuse to pray behind Muhammad, the seal of the messengers, alayhi salatu wasalam, wa alayhum salatu wasalam. It had nothing to do with domination, but brotherhood between worldwide nations. There was no misinterpretation in the symbolic behind it, for there were no ignorant among them. There was nothing to fear, for ignorance is the enemy of humankind. There was no competition among them. They had common values and principles, as well as hopes for the communities. They were the perfect paradigm of respect among the nations and peoples. Moreover, Muhammad alayhi salatu wasalam had been set as a mercy to the world and not to a single community. He was a symbol of tolerance and peace among peoples, among creatures. Allah highlighted the fact that his messenger had to speak to everyone in the best way. أدعو إلى سبيل ربك بالحكمة والموعظة الحسنة. Invite all to the way of your Lord with wisdom and kind advice, and only debate with them in the best manner. Thus Muhammad was concerned about Muslims as well as non-Muslims. The greatest principles established by the Quranic text revealed to him was to the respect of other communities' rights, regardless of their faith, their race. There was no discrimination whatsoever. But 600 years separated Muhammad from Jesus, alayhum as-salatu wassalam. And they were the two very last messengers sent to the children of Adam. All the children of Adam, or only those living in a part of the globe named later the old world. I had some questions for my Lord. My creator. Whom I speak to without any protocol, without any intermediate, without asking for an audience. Haven't you highlighted that you do not destroy a city unless you send a prophet or messenger to it? For I didn't understand why a man like Jesus, son of Mary, and a woman as Mary, alayhum as-salatu was-salam, are unknown to the nations of America. Muhammad alayhi salatu was-salam was not only a mercy to all peoples regardless of their race or faith, but also to all creatures. His teachings extended to al-jinn, to insects, birds, and animals. He commanded kindness in dealing with them and warned those who mistreated them of the punishment of hellfire in the hereafter. He was kind to everyone, including those who attempted to harm him and insulted him. I just couldn't understand that a man like Muhammad was unknown to the nations of America. I read again the Quran, then started making researches in history, archaeology, anthropology, linguistics, the development of sciences, and maritime history. Yes, maritime history. You just can't imagine what I found out through researchers in this slate field. People across the globe have never been isolated. They have never been isolated. A common essence in all the world religions does not mean that the natives haven't received the two very last revelations sent to humankind, the gospel and the Quran. It just makes sense. However, without the Quran, without my free will and the ability to make choices granted to me by my creator, I would have been subject to the influence of my social environment, no matter how fair or unfair it was. The divine text is fair, promotes peace and justice, including for the nations of pre-Columbian America. How do you explain the absence of indications regarding the very existence of the natives of America among Muslim scholars, despite the hadith that emphasized that the earth was shown to Prophet Muhammad and that he must have seen them and been aware of their existence? How come they have stopped their exceptional understanding and interpretation of the Quran with the scientific conceptions of Islam? I spoke to several scholars about the revelations made to the natives of America, and many of them disregarded the subject because in spite of their positions, they didn't comprehend that the revelation as the one revealed to Muhammad ﷺ had to encompass the peoples of America, for it is part of Allah's mercy to the worlds. They were also the children of Adam. God made him out of a handful of soil that had portions of all its varieties on earth. Angels were sent to earth to gather the earth that would become Adam. It was red, white, brown, and black. Muhammad ﷺ provided the world with a perfect picture of brotherhood among human beings. He taught that no race was superior to any other one, because all races were equal in descent and equal in responsibilities and rights. The degree of faith and piety of each is the only criterion of preference. Religion or Quranic text was not responsible for distinguishing between the so-called old and new worlds, but the historians, who were the political and ideological instruments of the governments. This is also the responsibility of scholars who have lost the ability and willingness to think for themselves and to debate intelligently with others. We may take into account the teachings of the ancients, but although they are still reliable for references in specific fields, we must review today what we learned yesterday. So what is the role of scholars? Is she supposed to be someone who accumulates knowledge that she dispenses according to the law of supply and demand, and according to the market in which she or he lives? Is a scholar supposed to have no interest in politics or public affairs? Is it possible to attain a position as high as that which makes these men or women scholars while serving the interests of the political or financial world? Isn't there supposed to be some kind of Hippocratic oath to be applied in all fields and above all in the fields of religion? Aren't scholars supposed to serve the interests of humanity as a whole, whether these human beings are Jews, Christians, Muslims, atheists, or whatsoever? Is it possible to apply this knowledge for the interest of some people while depriving others of its blessings? Can one be a scholar while at the same time apply one's knowledge according to one's interest of the moment? Can one be a scholar while turning a blind eye to what is disturbing one's interest? Will scholars who fail in their duties bear the burdens of humanity on the day of the resurrection? When I reflect on certain subjects, I do it while concentrating on the rights and duties of humanity in its entirety, trying not to harm anyone. Shouldn't scholars walk down the street taking care not to run over an ant? Personally, I do not consider myself to be a scholar, but only as one who seeks knowledge objectively, without betraying myself, and most of all, without betraying humanity, which somehow amounts to the same thing. I'm obeying the first commandment, putting into practice the first verse, IQRA, read, learn, gain knowledge. Repeated verses encouraged us to meditate on his revelation, and his revelation underlined his compassionate and merciful attributes, reiterated 140 times in the name of Allah, the most compassionate, the most merciful. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. But could the Amerindians benefit from the divine unending mercy? This is a book which we have sent down to you, full of blessings, that they may ponder of its verses, and that man of understanding may remember. Pondering over the First Nation statues and the unjust way they had been treated made me wonder why they had remained isolated from the rest of the world for such a long time, should we consider what we have been taught at school. And because of the complexity of the matters which it raised, another reading of the Noble Quran brought out an essential and fundamental point. Say, he it is who has scattered you in the earth, and to him you shall all be gathered. Thus Allah scattered everyone on earth, except that it was still unclear and requiring fuller explanations. Numerous Quranic verses and hadith tell us that Allah has quoted only a few prophets and messengers in the Quran, and that there were others who had been sent in the past to ancient peoples whose history is not known to us. Verily, we have sent the revelation to you, O Muhammad, as we send the revelation to Noah and the prophets after him. We send the revelation to Abraham, Ismail, Isaac, Jacob, and Al-Asbad, Jesus, Job, Jonah, Aaron, and Solomon. And to David, we gave the Zabur, the Psalms. And messengers we have mentioned to you before, and messengers we have not mentioned to you. And to Moses, Allah spoke directly. But whoever these prophets and messengers were, and the nations they had been sent to, in a chronological order, they had to be sent before Jesus and Muhammad, as both of them are the two last messengers sent to the worlds. Consequently, the divine verses raised a countless amount of questions. Were the Native Americans included? Did he scatter all the peoples, all the creatures? Were the Native Americans part of the nations who had received the divine revelation? Who were their prophets and messengers? Were the first nations of America part of the children of Adam? The divine word, Iqra, read, modified slowly the axis. The accuracy and veracity of the historic data had to be verified. Something or someone was missing from the annals of pre-Columbian America. If neither Jesus nor Muhammad, والسلام, peace be upon them, had navigated to the American continent and transmitted the divine messages, then the revelations made to them had somehow to reach the Americas. It started as a spiritual journey through time, searching desperately for a prophet or messenger on the American continent. Asking myself questions I couldn't answer, but devouring every single book I could lay my hands on. I started collecting them from all over the world. If God Almighty is not partial to his creatures with regard to material blessings like fresh air, rain, sunshine, why should he be partial in regard to his spiritual blessings, the guidance of God? He has not been partial. There is no nation or language group on earth who does not know God by some name. This knowledge was given by the Creator himself through the lips of his chosen messengers. The names of a very few of these messengers we know. The rest have been lost or clouded in superstition, wrote Ahmad Didat. Indeed, it all started with a man whom Allah sent to humankind from time immemorial. And in order to discover a path leading to at least one of them in the so-called New World, I chose the maritime route to America, hoping to see a prophet on his way to submitting the Native Americans to the creator of the universe, Allah. For everyone is supposed to know his creator. The road that used to be ahead of me was full of difficulties and required efforts, but I was determined to find them. This is the reason why the difficulties didn't stop me, nor block the road's path or ways that could lead me to them, in spite of the different problems that I had to face with. This research allowed me to reunite, to bring together continents and peoples based on a divine text and put inside human text part of a biased historiography, which wanted to influence people in order to legitimize criminal acts. For almost 2 years afterwards, I carried out this research with a man who has left us today, but whose legacy will continue to be disseminated. Let me share with you what Dr. Robert Crane, rahimahullah, wrote. One source, according to my family's tradition, is the Aniwaya clan. Of the original seven Cherokee clans, 3 were officially disestablished by the federal government in 1905, when the Cherokee system of representative government was abolished in favor of a single chief appointed by the President of the United States, and when the Cherokee religion was declared to be subversive and was officially abolished. One of the 3 was the Aniwaya, which means clan of the wolf. The function of this clan was to preserve the religion and the traditions. After the loss of the written tradition, the oral history of the Cherokee religion passed down through the Aniwaya to what are called the traditionalists, including the present author, great-uncle Joseph Franklin Beaver. He was one of the last formally trained Cherokee imams. He called the adhan every morning, but when challenged, he replied simply that he was calling the hawks because they were imprisoned when they were seen starting their prayers with Ya Allah. Like all Cherokees, he started every prayer with Ya Allah. All the prophets, starting with Abraham, are honored in the tradition, wrote Dr. Crane. Until 1895, the Cherokees held the Hajj with Tawaf on the land of Uncle Henry Beaver, 3 miles southwest of Hillsborough, Indiana. The remnants of this Hajj, including the Sa'i, can still be seen on a large flat meadow surrounded by swamp on 3 sides and by steep hill to the east. Until the last Hajj in 1895, Cherokees came all the way from Oklahoma to attend, but only those who with native fluency in Cherokee were permitted to participate, including my great-grandmother, who was born 7 years after the forced migration in 1839, known as the Trail of Tears, from North Carolina and Georgia to Oklahoma. Archaeology, anthropology, linguistics, maritime history have proved that the divine generosity made the Creator bestow his last revelation on the natives of America. The name of Jesus was found in Arabic in California and that of Muhammad in Nevada. According to the researchers, they date back to the 7th or 8th century after Christianity. Those 1 century or 2 centuries after the advent of Islam. These great men were known to the natives of America who had never been isolated from the rest of the world. It was then that I understood that knowledge was the medicine that cured intellectual intoxications, and that the aim of the first verse, IQRA, was to protect humanity from manipulations and false testimonies. These shameless lies spread by those who had lost sight of the precious value of history as the heritage of mankind to mankind. You shall not bear false witness against your neighbor, 9th commandment. As long as we do not render justice to the peoples of America, I believe it is useless to speak of peace, tolerance, or justice, because we would have forgotten them once again. Wassalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much, Samira. Wow, I think that was very interesting from a different perspective, and from what I was listening at the geographical sort of connections and the impact of human world spiritual geography, and how that all interrelates and sort of influences how we understand and speak of faith and how we practice being with each other. It truly is a different perspective, and I think it's one that perhaps, at least in my experience, is not one that's been explored or discussed and debated as much as it needs to. And I think, I don't know if you would agree, but I think, you know, it's a key element in striving for peace and understanding. Yeah.
Are you talking to me? Or?
I am, sorry.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, I thought that you were speaking to somebody else.
No, sorry, Samira. I was just saying.
I believe it's very important because for me, after all these researches and after more than 30 years trying to find the traces, the path of prophets and messengers on the American continent, and knocking at all doors without any help from anyone.
Yeah.
When I discovered, the first thing that I found out was the presence of the Arabic language on the American continent, and it was a shock for me. And afterwards, I started looking at the history of Christopher Columbus, whom we know absolutely nothing really serious about, because they present him as being Italian and sometimes Spanish, other times Portuguese, a Christian, Jew. I mean, we don't know who he was really. And so afterwards, we discovered that a whole continent was first discovered and peopled by natives from Africa, given that the eldest skeleton found on the American continent was that of a teenager, a Black African teenager who was in Central America since the 30,000 years before the Christian era. And afterwards, that the Arabs were present on the American continent, and that the Muslims were present ever since the 7th or 8th century. I mean, it's for me, it was a real shock, and for me, we cannot speak, and especially today on 9/11, of the old world once again, while forgetting the so-called new world, while forgetting the natives of America. It's very important to reintroduce them to the world and to make them part of the whole world, part of the globe, and not always putting them aside without paying attention to their sufferings and to what they have been through for more than 5 centuries. For me, as a Muslim, I cannot close my eyes and behave as if nothing happened.
No, I think you know, you speak so eloquently, and you've clearly, you know, worked with passion on understanding the history from different perspectives here and the geography, as I've said, and I can see from postings in the conversation box that a lot of what you're saying is resonating and is inspiring, and it's a huge interest to people. I think Brad has sent a link that, you know, if viewers would like to look at it after the conference, please do so. We've also had a request, if the script for these presentations will be made available, we will absolutely do our best to do that, because again, you know, what each of you is saying and sharing is of vital importance in taking this conversation forward. So, Samira, thank you very much for your presentation.
Let me mention something before Samira leaves, please.
Sorry,
Samira was coming to us from Paris. We failed to mention this earlier, and she's most welcome, and her speech was well received. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brother Safi. Thank you, Brother Safi.
Thank you.
Dr. Mohammed Isa. Okay, so Dr. Isa is trained academically in the fields of Arabic and Islamic studies, with special focus on Islamic history and civilization in the traditional manner of Al-Azhar Institutes and the University of California, Los Angeles. He has teaching experience of over 50 years at institutions of higher education in the USA and Egypt, is an independent educational consultant in the fields of Arabic and Islamic studies, and has authored books and articles accordingly. So without too much of taking up too much more of your time, because I know everybody's so keen to hear from the speakers, can I hand over now to Mohammed Isa?
God has endowed some people, and many of you have the eloquence of preaching and talking very eloquently. I don't have that gift. And also, being a teacher for over 50 years now, education has taken hold of me, and I look at things from education point of view. You have been also blessed by expanding your knowledge and know about other faith. I think of those who have been deprived of that knowledge, and that's why my talk will be about education and about exposing others since childhood to be aware of religions and world religions and to know about religions. A few years ago, I was in a committee to review the curriculum of faith-based school when they teach world religion, if they do. Of course, Islamic schools don't really stress that in their schools, but I visited Jewish and Christian schools, Sunday schools, and reviewed the curriculum of them. And I was surprised really to see we try to find common ground. Every school is focusing on its faith. Then for this particular occasion, I tried to see what exactly is teaching about religion. And maybe I'm taking you a little bit away from your thinking by introducing this subject. Dr. Safi Qasas also in his presentation talked about misinterpretation arising from ignorance. Breed fear, and fear remains the greatest enemy of peace. The solution he thinks to create tools of enlightenment to educate and dispel ignorance. I take this as an entrance to talk about importance of education and how this subject is being discussed in the academia and non-academia and political arena as well. The American Academy of Religion guidelines for teaching about religion also set 3 premises that inform its project of teaching about religion. Literacy regarding religion is widespread in America. Fuel prejudice and antagonism can be diminished by teaching about religion in public schools using a non-devotional academic perspective called religious studies. From this particular point of view, the project of teaching about religion has been really on the table until it is formulated and a curriculum was designed, and it is in the books now. Whether it is effective, it is taken seriously, is another question. In Hendersonville story, the Hendersonville in 2014, Hendersonville High School in Florida, in Tennessee, I'm sorry, in Hendersonville, Tennessee, made a national news when it suspended a field trip to religious sites as part of an elective class in world studies. The elective, which has been taught at Hendersonville for a decade, includes a unit on world religion, covering 5 traditions: Hinduism, Buddhism, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. In the past, students have visited a mosque and Hindu temple and synagogue without incident. This year, which is 2004, a parent, Mike Connor, objected to his stepdaughter visiting the mosque, claiming that the teacher was pushing Islamic tolerance. The complaint started a chain of events that culminated in the school canceling of traditional field trip indefinitely. At Hendersonville, the objection was framed as one of equality among religions tradition. The call for equality among tradition was kind of poisonous in a sense, and this is not time to discuss that, but this is an incident that shows also the reaction of people to a certain incident, but it was innocent part of academic course as a field trip, as we all do in academic courses. The reaction to that was different. It was multiple reaction coming from different institutions, but there's a book, Finding a Common Ground, was a result of reaction to this situation and trying to rectify it. The author of that book, the teaching think and maintain the idea that teaching religion seriously across the curriculum does not mean taking on another set of topics, which means that you don't have to introduce a new subject into curriculum of high school or schools in pre-high school, K to 12. But you can manipulate and use already existing materials in the curriculum to introduce religion through them. They think it means integrating information about religious perspective into the discussion of subjects and topics already taught in the curriculum. Teaching about religion that honors diversity and belief and worship. They take the social science, which means history and other subjects related to social sciences, to teach them, but integrate religion and religious perspective into them, but you don't have to create a new subject of study. John Signaler, which is the founder of the First Amendment Institute, wrote an introduction to that book, Finding Common Ground, before 9/11. But when he wrote the introduction again to the Finding Common Ground after 9/11, he found it appropriate and relevant to quote exactly the same 3 paragraphs he wrote before 5/11, which illustrate and highlight the ideas in the minds of people concerned about not teaching, not being aware of other religions. In those paragraphs, he said, almost weekly now, US citizens read in newspapers or see on television reports of Muslim terrorist threats or attacks aimed at some enemy of Islam. That was before 9/11, and we know, of course, the incidents that were happening in the world at that time. He said also, the news media drumbeat has led many of us to the false impression that the Muslim faith is a religion built on a foundation of violence and fanaticism. Nowhere have most of us been taught about the history of Islam or what Muslims today actually believe. We know little about the vision of Muhammad in 610 that began with a revelation known as the Quran, accepted by millions of Muslims throughout the world as the word of Allah or God. We are unaware that it is from this experience that the faith of Islam has its beginning. He continued to say, more than 1,300 years later, American school children who read and hear about the growing influence of Islamic world on our lives learn very little about the Prophet Muhammad or the religious tradition of Muslims. His comment was related, he said that before 9/11, but of course after 9/11, he laments that what he said before 9/11 was true. And now lack of information breeds this violence, this I don't know what to describe it. One of the most important areas of agreement concerning agreement concerns the importance of teaching about religion as distinguished from the religious indoctrination in the curriculum, that the curriculum was put for that. One important areas, the guidelines issued by the 18 major organizations explaining the study about religion is not only constitutional, but also an important part of a good education. So it's not seen from a faith point of view, it's seen from a good education. What a good education is. If you're not aware of the other people's religions and don't have respect for them, this is a kind of education that's missing something. Because religion plays a significant role in history and society, a study about religion is essential to understanding both the nation and the world. Omission of facts about religion can give students the false impression that the religion or the religious life of humankind is insignificant or unimportant. Failure to understand even the basic symbols, practices, and concepts of the various religions makes much of history, literature, art, and contemporary life unintelligible. Study about religion is also important if students are to value religion liberty, the first freedom guaranteed in the Bill of Rights. Moreover, knowledge of the role of religion in the past and the present promotes cross-cultural understanding essential to democracy and world peace. Teaching world religion in faith-based school is a question big we have to really address. We have the public education and we have faith-based school. And faith-based school, we have the Christian schools and Jewish schools. They face the dilemma now in the midst of globalization and diversity in religion and ethnic groups coming to those schools. Then we have to really review the curriculum and the situation they face now in the midst of that. We aim at creating a world citizenship, a citizen of the world. To borrow an old expression, the world is becoming a small village. The digital divide has been kind of broken one after the other. We are becoming closer and closer. So the citizen of today is the citizen of the world. And the world is much bigger and diverse than our local and our small circles in which we move. In order for such a global peace system to be created and its operation be just and effective, the world's religion need to build on necessary foundation for it through teaching about world community, world citizenship, a universal brother and sisterhood. They need to emphasize their ancient vision of the golden rule. And the golden rule, I just, it's repeated in every religion, every faith. And by finding the roots of golden rule, I found it goes back to ancient Egypt. Do to others what you want others to do to you. It goes back to the story of the eloquent peasant story when he was expressing his dilemma, and but it's repeated in every faith and every religion, every book, and it acquired its name, golden rules, golden rule. And the modern teaching of the Declaration of Global Ethic and the Charter of Compassion that have been part of the Parliament of the World Religion. By reviewing that Charter of Parliament of the World Religion, we can find so many dreams, but to realize those dreams, we have to really put them in action, to put them in consideration and put them in curriculum for teaching in schools, so our children can grow up with open-mindedness to accept what we talk about today. We are fortunate to talk about it among ourselves, and we are fortunate to be educated and open-minded enough to consider that, but we are not kind of really doing enough to make others, to widen the perspective. We have our congregations, we can preach the convert because they already agree with us in our point of view, but I think our message has to spread wider and go beyond the level, though we don't want to continue doing that to our congregation only, but we have to find ways in which we can be more effective, and we can be more effective if we do work with the politicians and educational organizations to implement that in our curriculum and take it seriously. I have a word about Muslim and Islamic schools. Years ago, and I think in the 90s, I was asked to be a consultant of to review social studies books to see how Islam is represented in the books, in these books. After the Finding Common Ground was put into effect, it affected the textbooks, but we focus on looking at how we are represented in these books. But when I ask in Islamic schools or Jewish schools or Catholic schools or Christian schools in general, if they do present other faiths in the same fairness and the same way that we are keen to find how others, what's our image in other people's views, we are not really keen into accommodating and including others in our curriculum. I just would like to call on people in faith-based school to consider including in their curriculum other faith and objectively as it should be. And that would be my contribution to today's talk. And thank you very much for listening, and hope inshallah I'll benefit from your comments.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, Mohammed Isa. That was absolutely brilliant. And I love your focus on education, and we have to go about it in the right way so that we help young people to understand the best way and to understand the other communities with which they live, so that we can all build that kind of common foundation together, and how vital that is. And your emphasis on the golden rule too, which is something which I've often drawn attention to myself. And it is fascinating that this is something which we do find in every single religion on the earth. You know, a lot of people make, I mean, today we're focused on the Abrahamic traditions, but it's in all of them. It's remarkable. So thank you very much. You're very, we really appreciate your contribution. Rabbi Lynn is entering her Jubilee Rabbinic year this September, so congratulations. She is a master storyteller, a human rights activist, a visual artist and educator. Lynn currently serves as the board chair of Interfaith Movement for Human Integrity on the Rabbinical Council of the Jewish Voice for Peace, and is the author of She Who Dwells Within, a feminist vision of renewed Judaism, World Beyond Borders, Agadah, a Peace Primer 2, and The Way of the Mishkan, a ceremonial guide to indigenous land back and reparations, Teshuva. Jewish theatre piece is Megiddo on sacred ground. So we are most welcome, and we're really looking forward to what you have to share with us today. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. It is a pleasure, truly a pleasure to be here on such a day of solemn remembrance. I would first like to extend my heartfelt condolences and sympathies to everyone who is commemorating 9/11 and the devastating impact that it had on so many communities. In my own congregation in Albuquerque, New Mexico at the time, where I am still Rabbi Emeritus, we realized that this event could be very harmful and devastating for the Muslim community. And I gathered my community together, and that was, of course, a time when we didn't have internet widely accessible, and so it was phone calls. And that next morning, about 180 people gathered in our sanctuary, and we sat in a large circle and went around. All the ages were there in my community. People had 30 seconds to share what was on their hearts and minds. We realized from hearing everybody that everyone had a relative or a friend in New York City, or Washington, close to Washington. And the second amazing thing was that everyone in my community wanted to actively contribute to multi-faith understanding and to stand with the Muslim community. And a few months later, my friend Abdul Rauf Campos Marchetti and I and our communities created the Muslim Jewish Peace Walk, which went to 22 cities throughout the United States and Canada. And some of the walks are still continuing to this very day. Our idea was very simple. It was to demonstrate solidarity with each other, despite any differences that we might share in our approach to faith and interpretive traditions and understanding. What we do have in common is the common ground that we walk upon and the absolute importance of upholding human dignity and treating each other with the same active love that we want to be treated. And especially in New York City, we, I believe it was 2004, we walked from, we began our walk at an Algonquin village because Indigenous solidarity has always been very important in my work. That is to say, acknowledging the terrible history of colonial settlerism across the world in all its forms. And then we walked up to 125th Street, across 125th Street, visiting places like Hebrew Union College and another synagogue and churches. And we finally ended up in the masjid of Malik Shabazz, otherwise known as Malcolm X. And in every place that we walked, we offered prayers in behalf of humanity. And this idea of global pilgrimages of peace, where we can be on the street with each other, I believe has been an impulse for everyone who wants to seek peace. And so I wanted to start with that, to share that, and then to address a little bit about and that aligns, I think, with some other speakers have said about needing to create global citizenry and to create understanding and relationship building between people from different communities. I wanted to address the tradition that I come from. I certainly cannot speak for everyone in my tradition. That would be absolutely impossible. And so I will just try to share some of the understandings that I carry, that I know is held by many of my colleagues. And that is that we are a living tradition. We are an evolving tradition. And as part of that evolution, we have in the rabbinic tradition, which is over 2,000 years old, evolved clarity about using values to help us understand how we present the text. The rabbinic tradition asks, what are the great principles of Torah? And the universal answers are two, because if you know anything about Jewish tradition, there is never one answer. So the great principle of Torah, Klal Gadol b'Torah, is that human dignity supersedes all the negative commandments of the Torah. That is according to one opinion. And the other is love your neighbor as yourself, which is central. And indeed, in the center, like if you look at the text and the physical length of the scroll of the Torah, that message is literally in the center of the tradition. It sort of revolves around that piece, and everything is judged and filtered through that concept, even when the text itself does not live up to that message. And the rabbis were very aware of that in their conversation about many issues in the Torah. For instance, the existence of capital punishment in the Torah, and the conversation around capital punishment goes forth between different generations and sages that come to the majority idea that capital punishment is forbidden. Even though the Torah states and has laws about capital punishment, the rabbinic culture did not agree, did not feel that capital punishment was in alignment with the central value of human dignity and treating each other with love. This is important because our interpretive tradition is not literal. And this is important for us, especially in our relationship to other interpreters of our text, because we still carry the idea that we can change our minds about something in the contemporary period if it does not accord with the prophetic and value principles that have become the bedrock of the Jewish interpretive and value system. And this system is about whether something is harmful to others or not. This is so important because I'm sure everyone here is aware that there is a great conversation in the world right now around the state of Israel's relationship to Palestinian Christians and Muslims. And from a human rights perspective, many, especially younger Jewish people, feel that we have to interpret and act in ways that uphold the dignity of people who are being oppressed by colonial settlerism, militarism, and racism. These are very difficult issues to speak to, but if we go to the ground of our value systems, we can gain clarity, because another really important value in the Torah, which is central to us, is the value that both the citizen and the stranger have to be treated the same, with the same law. There must be equity across the board for everyone living anywhere. And so it is with that principle, the principle of equity and treating the ger, or the stranger, which means that anyone who comes to another country or lives in another country has to see the land not as belonging to them, but all of us as good guests upon the land. And this is an idea which is amplified for me by the indigenous people of Turtle Island, which I hold with great esteem. Being one of the first women rabbis in the world in Jewish history, I am also very aware of the internal conflicts that represented, and I use these principles and to help clarify certain relationships, but also with the recognition that sometimes things change, that our traditions have to grow and have to expand when we do come in contact with each other, and we realize that that our worldviews are in the context of a lot of worldviews. It is important for us to focus on our relationships, even when our texts disagree, even when our philosophies disagree. It is the actual humanity of our relationships that, for me, are the ground of spirituality. And all of us can find the beautiful verses within our traditions that speak to this. And we can also sometimes find pieces in our long histories that contradict this or don't live up to this. And therefore, for the high holidays, which we're coming to, I wrote a tshuva, and I'll end with this, and I'll be happy to take a question, but I wrote a tshuva, which is, means that we need a system of repair to create accountability, acknowledgement, accountability, public honoring of harm, reparations, and guarantees not to repeat the harm. So this is what I wrote for one of my students who, you know, at the age of 13, they read the Torah in public and give their their sermon. When the Torah says, a violence says, God will direct all the terrible afflictions visited upon Mitzrayim to all your enemies and send deadly hornets to attack them, we pursue tshuva, repair, by practicing the Torah that teaches everyone is a divine image. Therefore, the sages instruct us, human dignity supersedes all the mitzvot of the Torah. When the Torah of devastation says God will uproot the nations already existing in the land, we pursue tshuva by practicing the Torah that teaches love our neighbors as we love ourselves. When the Torah of war teaches obliterate their names from under the heavens and burn their sacred things in the fire, we pursue tshuva by bringing equity and love in solidarity with people who are forced to bear the burden of oppression. As it is written, treat people whom you regard as other with complete love, because you know what it is like to be devalued, oppressed, and killed, because you are taught to remember at the core of your Torah what it was like to be dehumanized, enslaved, and erased. So I pray for all of us that our good intentions become healing actions, and that we continue to increase the ways that we can build bridges to each other for the sake of the future of our children and the earth. Thank you all so much for being present on this morning.
Thank you, Rabbi Lynn. That is, wow, I don't even know how to begin to comment on that. It's so wonderful and profound. And your emphasis on equality and having compassion and looking for the compassion in our scriptures, I think it's such a thing that for me has informed me over the years. I realized that, you know, those ink blot diagrams that psychologists use, I realized some years ago that our sacred scriptures kind of work a bit like that. And we even have something in our tradition that says, you know, that if people come to it with a certain intention in their hearts, then it's going to color what they actually understand from, and it can even misguide them, you know, when they read the sacred text. So we have to check what's in our heart first, what our intentions are, and try to approach it with as pure an intention as possible, because only then will the true light and meaning of the scripture shine through. And I've done this with different sacred texts since, and I found the same thing, that if you approach it in that way, you will see so much which is beautiful within all of them. But on the other hand, if you approach it from the perspective of, I'm looking for something in this book so that I can use it over my enemies, of course you'll find it, because that's your intention, that's what you're looking for. Even if in practice it's actually saying the very opposite. But thank you very much. I find that very interesting, and may Hashem bless you and your work. And
Inshallah, inshallah.
Now is Tariq here? Tariq
Yes.
Mustafa. Okay. Tariq Mustafa graduated from London University with first-class honors and worked with the United States Atomic Energy Commission at Oak Ridge and with NASA at Wallops Island Range in Virginia. He led the building of Pakistan's first rocket range and retired as Federal Secretary after heading a number of ministries of the government of Pakistan, including Science and Technology and Defense Production. In 2013, he received an honorary DSc from the University of Greenwich, UK. He has been a searcher all his life, particularly on the subject of man's place in the universe and the connection between reason and revelation. His paper on the development of evaluation criteria for the authenticity of revelation was published in September 2008 issue of the premier Science and Religion journal, Zygon. He is the author of the book, The Case for God, based on reason and evidence. So welcome, Tariq Mustafa. We really are looking forward to what you have to share with us today because what an extraordinary background.
Thank you very much. In the name of God, the most beneficent, the most merciful. And I will try to take a somewhat broader perspective of the subject. And we are all aware what the advances of science have meant for modern man. And I'm not referring here to the comforts that we are all aware of, but I'd like to point out the advances in cosmology. Science has enabled us to land on the moon. Who could have imagined that 100 years ago? And much more than that, we are trying to reach the planets and even look at the stars. You've heard about the James Watt telescope. It's an amazing piece of equipment. Don't have the time to go into it, but I'll invite you to please study that. 300 actions had to be taken, and each one of them had to work precisely before that telescope could be deployed. And that has the capability to take our knowledge much closer to the event that we call the Big Bang. Anyway, we have learned that there are hundreds of billions of galaxies, and each galaxy may have hundreds of billions of stars of the size of our sun. It boggles our imagination. It's difficult to imagine, really. And there are so many planets, and who knows that there may be some kind of a life there. But anyway, we don't go into that. But at the other end also, there is the atom, something that we can't even see. Science has enabled us not only to learn about the atom, but go deep into the atom, into what we call the nucleus, even smaller at the center. And from that, to be able to extract power which runs cities, nuclear power, and power which unfortunately powers the atom and the nuclear weapon. The weapons of mass destruction are also a product of science. Not to talk of DNA, which is the algorithm of life, if you like. For the first time, we have the basis now that we might be able to understand what constitutes life. So all this is beneficial. But we have to recognize that at the same time, there have been negative side effects of science. Just like antibiotics are so wonderful things, but there are negative side effects which one has to watch out. And one of the negative side effects of science, unfortunately, has been what is known as alienation from the spiritual. That is, it has given rise or to atheism and agnosticism, and which is something of great concern. Now, the other issue that I'd like to touch on is that we have now kind of gone all around the lands, the oceans, the mountains of the earth. There are satellites going around, sitting in your own rooms through Google. We have the benefit of seeing any part of the earth. And we are now capable of breaking out into space. We all know about Elon Musk's proposal for going to Mars. So man is ready to face the challenge of space as being the new frontier. We should welcome that. That is in the nature of man. That is what our Creator gave us the ability, that Safi spoke about Khalifa, vicegerent. We have that capability, and that is being demonstrated through science. So, however, there is one major issue which also bears on the topic of this conference, and that is that remaining divided in factions and groupings and nationalities will not enable us to achieve the challenges, the existential challenges which are facing us today. Population explosion, environmental degradation, weapons of mass destruction, rise of extremism. All of these are serious challenges, and in order to meet that, as well as to be able to explore the universe, we need commonality, we need cooperation. And the proposal to start with cooperation amongst the Abrahamic faiths is a very good one, because that forms the first step in moving in that direction. I spoke of the rise of atheism and agnosticism. That is something of great concern to all of the faith systems. And that's another reason where we have to get together to be able to face that challenge. And this calls for close cooperation amongst the faiths. In fact, one of the arguments the atheists often use is, they say that if you faith systems, if the Muslims and Christians and Jews cannot agree amongst themselves, those who claim to be followers of the prophets and the Creator, how do you want us to, see that? So it's very important that we be able to cooperate. But then interfaith is something which, has been practiced for many years or a long time, but as a kind of social activity, meet over a cup of tea, smile at each other, nice exchanges. But that does not really serve the purpose that I think this conference and Dr. Safi have in mind. For that, we need some kind of common ground and a total commitment, something that we can really share and work for. Now, what can be that common element that will get us together? And here I think of a healthy tree. Our dear Prophet had a saying that variations or even differences amongst my community, my ummah, are a blessing. Now, frankly, I had difficulty with understanding that. I thought that that would lead to factionalism. But what I was not thinking was the context, and the context was that he was addressing a community which had a very solid, unified belief on which this statement of variation was applied. Let me come back to my example of a fully grown tree with a well-developed trunk having branches. Now the branches spread in all directions, even in opposite directions. But all of them help in sustaining the stem and the root system. They are all working together, and yet they are looking at different directions. So if we can be like that tree, then I think there will be active, meaningful cooperation amongst the Abrahamic faiths. So the question arises, what is that trunk, that common area? And I think we don't have to go very far. We don't have to do thinking. We simply have to look at the example of our noble prophet Abraham, and the answer comes forth, which is a belief in one creator, one and only one creator, nourisher and sustainer of the universe. That is an idea which I'm sure will resonate with all three faiths, and we can build on that one common trunk idea, and that would also help us in stemming the rise of atheism and agnosticism. Now, our agnostic friends often try to take the, say that sort of there is conflict between science and religion. This I'd like to quickly address, because sciences, there are physical sciences and there are social sciences. Physical sciences deal with sort of exact things like mathematics and physics, though it can vary of varying degrees as we go down the scale. Chemistry is less exact and biochemistry is even less. But social sciences, sometimes it is arguable whether they are a science, whether you can really, can you, for example, I ask, can you measure justice? Can you measure truth? Can you measure love? These are quantities which can't even be measured. But these are the things which are dealt with by social sciences and by religion and revelation. So while the ground is common with social sciences, we should not think that they are exact. And in fact, that is where the revelation comes in and clarifies things which are kind of out of reach of our minds easily. And oh, there was something about recording. Okay, this subject has been studied. It's a complex subject of science and religion, but it has been studied formally. And Professor Ian Barbour, he has done a foundational work on this, and he has come up with a four-fold technology, typology. And that is that there is conflict, there can be independence. These two fields are totally independent. That is Professor Gould's ideas. And then there is dialogue. And the last one is that there can be integration. In other words, the two can actually support each other, science and revelation. Now, the position of Dr. Babur is between number 3 and number 4, that is between dialogue and integration. And this is also, I dare say, the position that I find, at least from my studies of Quran. And when our atheist friends say, where is the evidence? Well, here is the book that was referred to, The Case for God. And this contains, I think, sufficient evidence to satisfy our atheist friends that the case can be based on reason, not just blind faith. In fact, here is a verse of the Quran, which I think will throw light on it. In time, we shall make them fully understand our messages through what they perceive in the utmost horizons of the universe and within themselves. Please note, utmost horizons of the universe, cosmos, cosmology, and within themselves, social sciences, psychology, sociology, psychiatry, so that it will become clear unto them that this revelation is indeed the truth. This is Quran 41:53. Here, Quran is making the bold claim that if you want to see signs, there are plenty of signs in these two fields which will satisfy anyone. And elsewhere, there is a third field which is mentioned, and that is history of the people of old. In particular, it mentions the history of the people of Bani Israel, history of the Jewish people. When they followed the right path, they had the glories of Solomon and David. But when they deviated from that path, that is when they had to endure slavery of the Babylonians and the Egyptians and the destruction of the temples. That's not just the experience of Bani Israel, everybody else. I mean, look at the Islamic world of today. So again, that is not what it's not politics I wanted, but I think the important thing is the commonality, and that is the one and only one creator. That is one area which I think we can all agree on and try to build that further. I would like basically to conclude there, and I would like to suggest that this conference needs to be followed up with some kind of a permanent secretariat which can keep the work moving forward. Because without giving a permanent structure, things generally die out, you see. So before I close, on one other subject I feel compelled to touch, and that is, and I think Dr. Safi would appreciate this, it is the words revelation and inspiration. They are in English often used interchangeably, and that is a source of great confusion. In Arabic, we all know that revelation has been given a very special word in the Quran, wahi, and it is specifically only meant to be that top-down guidance coming from that creator. Unfortunately, as far as I know, in English, there is no such word. The translation of wahi as revelation causes a lot of confusion. I am sure I've looked up Merriam-Webster's English or Chambers dictionaries, and even there, these two words are used interchangeably. I think that has been a source of confusion, and in fact a source of conflict between our faiths. Revelation is strictly something which emanates from the Creator. There is no human element in that. While inspiration, of course, can come to anyone. You see, if this difference is kept in mind, I think a lot of complications can be simplified and understood. A common man, for example, I remember it was being discussed in one of the conferences of IRIS, Institute of Religion, in the Age of Science. And the gentleman with whom I was talking, the professor, he said that I had a revelation. And then he suddenly withdrew. He said, "Oh, I'm very sorry, that he had, after hearing me, he still confused revelation with inspiration." I think these two, with all my emphasis available to me, I'll say we need to be conscious of the difference here. And I think it'll solve much of the puzzles and complications that we face. Thank you very much. I guess that's all I needed to say.
Very inspiring.
Jazakallah khair. That's really wonderful. Thank you so much for your contribution, Tariq. And discussing the challenges that our times present with the advances of the sciences and of our education systems. Of course, this is an immense challenge, and we have to make sure that we come together in the best way to address that. And I think part of it is important that we maybe shift ourselves a little bit, because a lot of religious people in the past have often seen this as a threat. Perhaps instead of seeing it as a threat, we need to take a step back and reevaluate and see what the sciences contribute and how that may actually help us also to understand our faiths better. And maybe in that way we can also, it will open the door that more scientists can also open their hearts towards us, and that we can come to some kind of as the Quran actually advises us with people of other faiths, that we come to some kind of common understanding between us that is mutually beneficial towards everybody. So thank you so much for your contribution, because I feel it is an important one in that direction. We now, sorry, my phone's shut down. We now go to Mercy Aiken. Mercy is the relationships manager at the Network of Evangelicals for the Middle East and regularly leads tours to the Holy Land, where she engages evangelical leaders, scholars, and pastors in learning more about the challenges that Christians and people of other faiths face in the Middle East. In 2021, she wrote and published Yet in the Dark Streets Shining with Bishara Awad telling the story of the Awad family and their courageous life of faith and service in Palestine and Israel. Mercy is based in Flagstaff, Arizona, and she holds a BA in English from Northern Arizona University and is currently working on a Master of Arts in Theology, Culture, and Peacemaking from St. Stephen's University in New Brunswick, Canada. Welcome, Mercy. We very much look forward to what you are about to share.
Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to be here. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Shalom aleichem. And peace be upon you, my dear beloved brothers and sisters in the Abrahamic family and in the human family. I truly do feel like those of us in the Abrahamic family have a peculiar sort of kinship with each other. And in the broadest umbrella, I don't see us all as the same religion clearly, but we have such a strong shared root together that we are very closely related. And I just thank you, Safi, for coming up with the idea to have a conference like this today, especially on the anniversary of 9/11. And before I share, I just, I was thinking about the fact that we're having this on 9/11, and I just want to, as Rabbi Lynn also did, and maybe others, I wasn't on at the very, very beginning, but I just want to take a moment for us to remember all of those who died on this day 21 years ago. 3,000 people were murdered. And not just then, but in the 21 years since then, I want to remember and acknowledge, these were some stats that I picked up yesterday from the New York Times, and they were taken from Brown University. And they say that between 770,000 and 801,000, they don't know the exact number, of people have died since then on the global war on terror. That includes fighters from all sides. That includes civilians, that includes NGO workers and others who were just there. That includes countries ranging from Iraq to Afghanistan to Somalia. So it's really looking at the broad global war on terror that was launched 21 years ago. It doesn't include the people who died in non-direct deaths through lack of food, lack of water, destroyed infrastructure, not being able to get to hospitals. It doesn't, which is probably about the same amount, a very similar, close amount. Nor does it include all the people whose lives are forever changed because they are maimed. Their bodies are maimed. They lost their sight, their hearing, their ability to walk or to function or to make a living. Nor does it include all of the refugees that are now in the world. And it's hard for me to say this. I feel tears coming to my eyes right now as I'm talking about this. But this is, in my view, the reason why we are gathered here today. It's because of all of these lives. 37 million people have been displaced by the US war on terror. And they say that it's more like 48 to 59 million people whose lives have been displaced. And in all of the stats that I've just shared, I haven't even talked about Israel and Palestine and the stats of death and suffering that have happened in that period of time since then. So it is for the sake of our suffering brothers and sisters around the world, Muslims, Jews, and Christians, who are fighting each other through the medium of their states or through their patriotic ideals or through their religious ideals harnessed but for the power of their states and their cultures. It is for their sake, and it is for the sake of the generations to come, that inshallah, God willing, that we can begin to think differently in our Abrahamic family. This was another stat that I just looked up. Over 56% of the world is either Christian or Muslim. And there is a small sliver of Jews in that number as well. But they're connected very deeply in everything that is going on in the Christian and Muslim world. So though they're a very small percentage, they're very, very deeply involved in all of these stories, these stats that I just shared. So these issues are huge within our faith, as we all know. But sometimes it's good to just step back and look at those broader pictures, that broader stat. I want to share just a little bit about my personal journey. I have been on a real journey of growth and change since 9/11 happened 21 years ago. I was living in a very, very evangelical world. I was very involved in Christian ministry. And I remember when 9/11 happened and the months following, that most of my community was very, very supportive of launching this war in Iraq and Afghanistan. And it was just understood this is how God is going to use our country to set the world right. I mean, that was sort of the shallow, I say now, understanding that we had. But I remember being very influenced by that viewpoint. And I had questions, but I more or less agreed with it. One of my dear Christian friends, a pastor, tells the story of watching when the war in Iraq was launched. He was watching it on TV and he was eating pizza, watching the embedded reporters and watching as the bombs began to fall. And later, as he began a journey of seeking the Lord in a much broader way, in a way that was less shallow, he heard the Lord speak to him in his heart, that was your greatest sin. The fact that you sat there eating pizza, watching as this war began. And I would say that same word of indictment against myself and against most of my North American brothers and sisters. May God forgive us. Years later, I found myself living on the West Bank in the occupied Palestinian territories, volunteering at Bethlehem Bible College, a very small Christian college. They're serving the Christian community, the Palestinian Christian community, which is shrinking very fast and very dramatically. And I would find myself walking through the refugee camps, Aida and Azza refugee camp on either side of the Bible college, and just meeting people. And what I discovered is that Muslims were the most hospitable people I had ever met. And I've traveled a lot in the world. But what I found was that I could scarcely walk through any of these camps where the people are very, very poor and don't have a lot to offer. And their homes are very, very humble, very small, maybe 1 or 2 cement rooms. Maybe you would even find yourself sitting sometimes on the floor on a newspaper that was spread out. And maybe they didn't even have a lot to feed me, but they always wanted to feed me, and they would invite me in and they would give me tea and, you know, spread out a feast. I remember my first Ramadan in Palestine, and I was invited into one iftar after another, so much that I had to keep this social calendar. Like, people would ask me, come to a meal at our house tonight. And I'd say, I can't, I already have an engagement tonight. Yalla, come tomorrow. I'd say, I can't, I have one tomorrow. Come the next day, I'm booked. Come the day after tomorrow. Ba'ed bukra, you know, and I'd be like, all right. And I'd put that one in. And so that first Ramadan, I just went from like one home to another. It was very tiring, but it was also very, very enlightening. And in some of the homes, I would be given like a seat of honor, and people would hand pick the pieces of meat from the maklube or whatever, like the best piece, and they would like put it into my mouth, like feed it into my mouth for me. I'd never experienced that kind of hospitality before. I've learned very quickly that I couldn't tell a Muslim woman, oh, that's a beautiful ring you're wearing, because she might take it off her hand and give it to me. And as I began to spend more time amongst the Muslims, I was just like, oh my, like, how do, you know, I began to feel the world needs to know what I'm experiencing here. And I won't say just the Muslims. I will say, as I began to work through some of my issues of angst living with the Palestinian people and began to venture more onto the Israeli side, I also developed some really beautiful friendships with some very, very lovely Israelis who were also very hospitable to me. And not to mention the Palestinian Christians. But I highlight the Muslims because, in my opinion, they lead the way on the gift of hospitality and the ministry of hospitality. And I just want to acknowledge that to the world. So I began to share stories. If people would let me, can I take a photo of you? Can I share a little bit about what I just saw? Or sometimes I didn't have a photo. I would just come home and type up and share it on social media. And you know, I realize now, looking back at it, that was a small way of peacemaking, because I was tearing down walls of misconceptions. And I began to get like a following on social media, including Dr. Safi Kaskas. And we became friends that way. And he began following me and really encouraging me and thanking me, writing publicly and privately to me, thank you for sharing these stories of the Palestinians, because you are humanizing the Palestinians. And I knew that's what I was doing, but it was really nice to have Safi's encouragement and others. So I spent that time going to iftars, going to funerals. You know, it was 2015, fall of 2015, and there was a lot of violence going on at that time. And I went to a lot of funerals and began having a lot of social and political conversations with Muslims and Jews. And I discovered that I loved talking. I discovered that I just adored. It was like my favorite thing to do, to talk with Muslims and Jews about religion, and not coming from a point of view that I'm trying to convert you, or maybe you're trying to convert me. I would feel that sometimes from some of my Muslim friends, but I knew that it was in love. Like, I knew it was because they cared for my soul. And I know that most Christians have that same type of approach. So I didn't feel anything personal or offended by it. And I just loved that we could get in these conversations and talk about the Lord and talk about the context. And that's a powerful point for peacemaking. I just want to reiterate that, like what we're doing today and what probably all of us here are doing in our daily lives. I remember towards the end of my first year there, I had the opportunity to go to Jordan with a group of Christians from the Bethlehem Bible College. They were mostly students, and they were going to Jordan to visit Iraqi and Syrian refugees. And this was part of the ministry of the college to help Palestinians step out of, the narrative that they're just, heavily subjected to all the time, living under the occupation and the reality of that, and take them into the broader Middle East, where they can sort of step out of their own pain and listen to the stories of others and minister to them. So we went to Amman, and we met with Iraqi and Syrian refugees, and we provided, through these other international ministries that were working there, run by Jordanian Christians, we took them food and blankets, and mostly just sat and listened to their stories and just provided a listening ear and prayed with them. And I remember before I was getting ready to go to Jordan, I was sitting with some friends at a cafe in Ramallah, some kind of secular progressive Muslims. And I said, yeah, I'm going to be going to Amman, and I'm going to be, I told them what I was going to be doing. And one of them looked at me and he went, you Americans, first you bomb the people, then you weep over them. And then another one said to me, don't take it personally if some of these Iraqis don't want to talk to you, because it's not you, it's what you represent. And until, I knew that on one hand, but the fact that they both said that to me, it kind of gave me pause, because I had still, in spite of the fact that I'd been living in the Middle East for almost a year, and I'd begun to see firsthand so many of the ways that don't make for peace that were heavily supported by my Christian community back in the USA. I still had this faint idea that maybe some people in Iraq thought we were good or liberators, and some thought we were, I didn't really know. And so that was kind of this heavy wake-up call for me. And I remember when we got to Amman, and the first home we went to, we visited a lot of Palestinian Christians who had fled from ISIS when Mosul. They lived in Mosul, and ISIS came into Mosul in 2014. And so this was like a 2-year anniversary of their fleeing from Mosul. And they had been told, you must either convert to our brand of Islam, or you flee the town when we want you gone when we get there, or we'll kill you. So overnight, thousands of them, they fled Mosul and they went up to Kurdistan. And the very first family we went to was one of these families. And he is my brother, and he's my brother in Christ. So he is a fellow Christian, and he begins to tell his story. I was the only American there. I was with Palestinian students, and it was me. And he said how he had saved up all his retirement money, and he invested it in a beautiful new home where he planned to have lots of room for his grandchildren and his children as they began to get married. And he envisioned living his golden years in this large home with his children and grandchildren all gathered around him. And right after he built it, they moved into it. And right after that, ISIS came to town. So they had to flee. And so he basically lost most all of his life savings. And he lived up there in Kurdistan. And in the first year or two, he said, first, one of my daughters married a local man from Kurdistan. Then one of my sons got permission to move to Germany. Then another one of my sons got permission to move to Canada. Then another one of my daughters married a Kurdistan man. Then my other son got permission to go to Australia. Then finally, my wife and me and my youngest son, who was disabled, we came down here to Amman, and we're waiting for an opportunity to go somewhere. And he said, I've lost everything, not just my money, but I will never have like my family around me. I will never have, like, my family is scattered to the four corners of the earth and we will never be together again. And then he looked right at me and he said, and I blame Americans. I blame America. And I felt tears come to my eyes. And I said to him, I know what my country did was wrong. And the minute I said that, he started weeping heavily. And I put my arms around him and I began to weep too. And his wife gathered in his son, and we just wept together. That's something I've never forgotten. And I feel like it's a story that I need to share from time to time, because the voices of these refugees need to come out before the world, and especially before the North American church. And, you know, we are all implicated, all of us, people of faith, we are all implicated by what happens when the states that we live in, or the states that claim to represent or be dominant of our particular faith, they harness the power and the potency of our faith and our like religious goodwill, and they align it with values of tradition, and they align it with values of loyalty, and they work it all together to move, you know, for war. And they get Christians and Muslims and Jews, I've seen it, you know, across the Middle East, behind these agendas that are not for peace, they are for war. So one of the verses, I'm trying to move quickly, I know I don't have much time. The verse that has come to me as I was thinking about what to share here was Jesus weeping over Jerusalem before he went to the cross. And he's coming into Jerusalem. It is his triumphal entry, but he stops on the Mount of Olives. And I can just picture it now, having lived over there. I can picture him standing on that mountain, looking at Jerusalem, and he begins to weep. I believe there's only two places where Jesus is recorded as weeping. One is at the death of Lazarus, before he raises him from the dead, and the other is when he's standing here before his death, looking at Jerusalem, weeping. I imagine he was really weeping with deep travail and pain in his soul, because he's looking at his people that he loves. He's looking at the holy city. He knows, as a prophet, he knows what is going to happen. And he says to Jerusalem through his tears, if you had known, even you, especially in this your day, the things that make for peace. But now they are hidden from your eyes. And of course, we know the context that he was speaking back then. He was speaking prophetically, knowing that Jerusalem was about to be destroyed in AD 70. And as I was thinking about this verse, I'm thinking, wow, Jesus thought that this could have been prevented. Maybe that would not have had to happen to Jerusalem. And there's a lot of things that we could talk about for that context and that time. But what I want us to think about is that that word is still powerful, and that word is still coming to us today in this generation. If you had only known the things that make for peace, but now they're hidden from your eyes. This is a word that he is directing to Jews. That was his original audience. This is a word he is directing to Christians. We are the ones who believe Jesus is our Messiah and Savior. Of course, he is speaking to us. He is speaking this word to Muslims. Muslims consider Jesus the great prophet after Muhammad. So this is a word to every single one of us. And I want us to think about, Jesus saying this to us. If you'd only known the things that make for peace, but now they're hidden from your eyes. I can't think of anything worse, a worse indictment over any generation than to hear the way of peace is hidden from your eyes. It's hidden from you. You are like a blind person now, groping around, and you cannot find the way of peace. Of course, we have heard many, many things today about ways that make for peace, and that is the whole point of this conference. And I feel like these things are actually very obvious and very simple to us if we can take a step back, sort of transcend the particularities or the narrowness or the fear packaging, and especially the state the mechanism of the state that comes so powerfully through our religions, and think more, as many people have pointed out, the universal truths that we all hold in common. As I said, there's 56% of the world is Christian, Muslim, or somehow I got muted. I don't know what happened. I just saw a thing that popped up and said I'm muted.
It wasn't us. I don't know why.
I wasn't touching anything. I know I need to close down.
It's
So
mu'amara. You know that word? Conspiracy. Go ahead, please.
okay. So these are just a few of my thoughts. Like how can we walk in the way of peace and not allow it to be hidden from our eyes? We have to practice what we know. We've talked about so many things that we know. And these are some of the things that just very mild observations that I've observed. One, as I mentioned, the evangelicals led the way for the push to war. What if evangelicals took the position that we are going to be at the forefront of marching for peace and speaking and advocating for peace? What if that was going on in the Muslim world? What if that overtook the Jewish world, especially in Israel? This world would completely change. And so I don't say any of these things to bring like condemnation or shame even upon myself as an American, even though I feel some of that, but more as a responsibility and a challenge of the moment that we are living in, that we have this tremendous opportunity to reach out and to learn from each other. This requires humility towards each other. And since we're talking about peace from our holy books, I just want to read 3 verses. One from the Old Testament or the Hebrew scriptures, Micah 6:8. He has shown you, O man, what is good. And what does the Lord require of you but to do justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with your God? And when I think of walk humbly with your God, that also means you have to walk humbly with other people living on the earth. You can't be humble before God and prideful and arrogant before man. It doesn't work that way. Jesus taught us that in the first and second commandment. Love the Lord with all your heart, love your neighbor as yourself, which is nothing more than Jewish teaching, wasn't anything new, but he connects them. And he says, the second is like it. So walk humbly with your God, walk humbly with your fellow man. Verse in James, I want to read. And this is about making peace. This is James 3:16, 17, and 18. It says, where envy and self-seeking exist, confusion and every evil thing is there. But the wisdom that is from above is first pure, then peaceable, gentle, willing to yield, full of mercy and good fruit, without partiality and without hypocrisy. Now the fruit of righteousness is sown in peace by those who make peace. And I feel we've already been hearing a lot of great stories. I was so moved by Rabbi Lynn and the stories that she was sharing in Albuquerque. And that was very much the embodiment of that. And of course, I have to read something from the Quran. I have been reading Safi's translation. I read a bit of the Quran. I try to read it every morning along with my Bible reading. I'm not perfect at it, but I'm working my way through the Quran and I'm loving a lot of the things that I discover. And Safi quotes this verse all the time. This is like his favorite verse, but I love it too. So this is in Al-Ma'idah, verse 48. If God had wanted, he could have made all of you a single community. But instead, he's testing you by means of what he has revealed to you. So compete in doing what is good. You will all return to God and he will clarify the matters about which you have differed. I love that. Like, dang, if that was the only thing that all 3 of us religions were like, okay, let's just do that. Like, wow, the world would change overnight. So with that thought in mind, I want to close with a song. I've been listening to this Muslim worship singer. His name is Maher Zain. He is, I believe, Lebanese, but grew up in Sweden. And some of his songs are in English. And I just discovered him like I like to go in and listen to Arabic music sometimes, and he popped up on some random list, and it was his song about peace be upon you, oh prophet. I think that might be his biggest hit, and I loved it. And so finally I went and I started looking for some of his other music. Side note, I played the song for my brother's parrot, and the parrot went absolutely crazy while I'm playing this Muslim worship song. Like the parrot was dancing and flapping its wings, and he went over and was like ringing his bell with his beak. And I just thought that was really beautiful because I'd never seen him react like that to any other song. But I just want to sing a verse of it to you, to us all. Now, this is a song he wrote called Open Your Eyes. This is a song that talks about like the existence of God. He's basically singing to people who don't believe in God, to unbelievers, like, look at this beautiful world. Open your eyes. If we could just look right, we would see the signs. We can't keep hiding from the truth or let it take us by surprise. And then it becomes a prayer. But as I was thinking about this song in conjunction with Jesus saying, if you'd only known the ways that make for peace, but now they're hidden from your eyes. I began to think of this. I've just been sort of praying and singing this song over the past week or two as a prayer for us as Christians, Muslims, and Jews together, that the Lord would open our eyes to the way of peace. So the song is now not singing about the existence of God the way I want to sing it for us right now, but it's for us to come together, that the Holy Spirit would open our hearts, that the Holy Spirit would empower us, continue to help us in these things that we're doing. So it goes like this. And just receive this as a prayer. Like I hope that wherever your faith level is, if you're a believer, that you would just maybe close your eyes and just receive this as a prayer, okay? Open your eyes, your heart and mind. If we just looked right, we'd see the signs. We can't keep hiding from the truth or let it take us by surprise. Guide us in the best way, Allah. Guide us every single day. Keep us close to you until the end of time. Allah, you created all things. We belong to you. Ya Rab, we lift our hands. Forever we thank you. Amen.
Amen.
So Lord, we ask, make us peacemakers on this day, from this day forward, even more than we've done, and guide us in your way of truth. Amen.
I mean, SubhanAllah, you should release an album.
You know, that was absolutely beautiful. I was just thinking, Mercy, I mean, just for our Christian brothers and sisters and also Jewish brothers and sisters, would you be able to maybe sing something for them as well? Or am I putting you on the spot?
No. I mean, I felt like that was a very universal song for all of us, because we're just singing to Creator. There's nothing that is distinctively doctrinal that would make it specifically Muslim, Christian, or Jewish. I did think of another song because that thought did cross my mind. There's a song called We Exalt Thee that's taken from the Jewish scriptures, but we sing it a lot in Christian churches. So that would hit two birds with one stone. And again, this would just lift our heart up to the greatness and grandeur of God, because we believe in God. We believe that he will help us. You know, as I was thinking, like, what if Christians, Muslims, and Jews were leading the way in peace in the world? I can't even imagine such a thing. Like, it almost seems too dreamy, like a fake. Like, how could that ever happen? But then I'm like, we believe in the Lord. And I believe the Lord wants to do this through us. Like, we have the power of God to help us on our side. So, for thou, O Lord, art high above all the earth. Thou art exalted far above all gods. For thou, O Lord, art high above all the earth. Thou art exalted far above all gods. We exalt thee. We exalt thee. We exalt thee, O Lord. And when we say we exalt thee, we are exalting everything that we know that you are, Lord. Your goodness, your power, your grace, your mercy, your truth, your compassion, your faithfulness to all the works of your hands, to your creation. We exalt this. We lift our hearts and our eyes up to this. We believe this. We trust this. And
Amen.
help us to do this. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you
Thank
so
you
much,
so much.
Mercy.
Thank you.
Daud Abdurrahman is a scholar. He's married with 3 children and a grandson. He's born and raised in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, now lives in Maryland. Daud holds a Bachelor of Business Administration from Temple University and an MBA from Everett College. Graduate research project exploring spirituality in the workplace. Daud is interested in Islamic spirituality and also served as an imam for the Islamic Society of Southern Prince George's County, Maryland. He appears regularly on the Scholars Chair television program and participates regularly in interfaith discussions and activities. And we're going to go over to Daud now, and we're going to see, we're going to listen to your presentation. And I was looking forward to your presentation and speaking to you as well. So Daud, you're on the spot.
Okay, well, thank you. So I'll start by saying, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim, in the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. I bear witness to the fact that there is no object of worship except Allah, and that Muhammad, may Allah's peace and blessings be upon him, is a servant and messenger. Thank you, Safi, and thank you, everyone, for the invitation to participate in this event. I'd like to extend a word of peace to all the participants. Assalamu alaikum. So I'd like to start this discussion by reading a series of ayats, of verses from the Quran that I think provide a framework for what I understand to be the objective of this conference. And I'll go through them quickly, inshallah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. O mankind, fear your Lord, who created you from one soul and created from his mates and dispersed from both of them many men and women. And fear Allah, have taqwa Allah, or have a God consciousness and high regard for Allah, through whom you ask one another, and the wombs. Indeed, Allah is ever over you, an observer. And another, O mankind, indeed, we have created you from a male and a female and made you peoples and tribes that you may know one another. Indeed, the most noble of you in the sight of Allah is the most righteous of you. Indeed, Allah is knowing and acquaintant. And of his signs is the creation of the heavens and the earth and the diversity of your languages and colors. Indeed, in that are signs for those who have knowledge. And for each of you is a direction toward which it faces. So race to all that is good, wherever you may be. Allah will bring you forth for judgment altogether. Indeed, Allah is over all things competent. And finally, and we reveal to you, this will be directly specific to the Prophet Muhammad, but an extension to all humanity, the book in truth, confirming that which preceded it of the scripture and as a criterion over it. So judge between them by what Allah has revealed and do not follow their inclinations from what has been come to you of the truth. To each of you, we have prescribed the law and a method. Had Allah willed, we would have made you one nation, united in religion, but he intended to test you and what he has given you. So race to all that is good. To all is your return altogether, and he will inform you concerning over that which you used to differ. So I'd like to provide that context because as Muslims, we are understand that Allah has asked us to make our decisions based on what has been revealed in the Quran and the best understanding of the example of the Prophet Muhammad. And I always think it's appropriate to provide that context. I like to explain, to start off, this talk will be in 2 points, 2 parts. The first part will be my understanding of kind of the spiritual foundation of the followers of the revelation from Allah. And then the second part will be more specific. As you heard in my background, I'm from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I live in the state of Maryland. I live and married and have raised in the Black American Muslim community. So that gives me a certain perspective of Al-Islam, the world, and our relation with other people. And I'll talk about that in the second part of my talk. I believe that the central and foundational belief of Al-Islam is a single intelligent power and energy from which everything in creation emanates and will eventually return. This all-powerful intelligence is the Lord of all and is called by the proper name Allah in the Arabic language. As we know, Muslims, Christian, Jews, if you're an Arabic speaking person, Allah is the name that you use, the proper name that you use to identify the supreme deity. Allah, the one, is the being that necessarily exists alone without partner, peer, or associate. Allah is eternal and can be called upon by the most wonderful names and attributes. From Allah we came, and to Allah we will all ultimately return. Allah, the creator, created everything, and everything has been created with measure. Measure means everything is created with specific properties, principles, and laws that are the basis of scientific inquiry. The entire of the natural universe is Muslim. That is, all of creation has submitted to Allah by virtue of the fact that when unaltered, the creation sustainably operates as it was designed. No consciousness or methodology for understanding reality can precede al-Islam, as Allah, the first, precedes and is the creator of everything. Faith, reason, and revelation are reconciled by studying Allah's creation at every level. Accordingly, the remembrance of Allah is the most satisfying of all endeavors. Human beings are endowed with the ability to choose to enter or not enter into a pact, to struggle with themselves as they strive to submit to Allah. Accepting the privilege to enter into a covenant with Allah confers the designation Muslim, one who submits to Allah. A Muslim is filled and is ever conscious of an awe of Allah that inspires a sense of wonder, sanctity, and appreciation for the diversity of all life. A Muslim is one who submits to Allah, the one. Allah has revealed that Abraham, peace be upon him, was neither a Jew nor a Christian, but he was one inclining towards truth, a Muslim, submitting to Allah, and he was not of the polytheists. This consciousness reinforced the divinely inspired stewardship responsibilities Muslims have to humanity and to the creation. Constantly reflecting on Allah, a Muslim embarks on a lifelong journey of inquiry, learning, and growth while participating fully in all areas of life. While traveling along their spiritual path, the Muslim consciously struggles to make Allah his or her exclusive object of adoration, source of values and inspiration, never forgetting that there will be an inevitable meeting with Allah, the judge of all matters. The ultimate temporal goal is to inculcate a certainty of faith in the heart and psyche that produces a humility and inner peace that earns the designation believer. Human beings who agree to enter into the submission of Allah, the compassionate, the merciful, attempt to adopt a high moral and ethical standard. They also have a responsibility to organize themselves into a compassionately just and independent social, political, economic entity that evolves naturally from its unique cultural history and that governs itself in a manner that provides for a society that is peaceful, safe, just, and free for all members of society. The policies and practices governing the society are designed to ensure harmony amongst its citizens and to promote the use of the earth's resources in a manner that is respectful of the measure designed by Allah, the just. The leadership demonstrated by the society is so inspiring that without coercion, diverse people rush to join with its causes. The members of the society seek out alliances with people of the world community to establish peace, justice, security, and freedom everywhere. The world was blessed with the example of a society that epitomized these divinely inspired ideals 1400 years ago with the revelation of the noble Quran and the culmination of the office of prophethood with the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. With the advent of the revelation of the Quran and the prophethood of Muhammad, peace be upon him, the baseline criteria for a complete life system and monotheistic leadership was reestablished and recalibrated on the world stage to the Muslim Ummah. Struggling to live a balanced life in accordance with the deen of Allah prepares human beings for the next life while providing guidance which enables them to vie for leadership with all people representing a multitude of belief systems in the here and now. Accordingly, the Quran addresses the foundational institutions of any society, which include politics, economics, family, education, and religious ritual, while providing for guidance to help manage relations between individuals, as well as among different tribes and nations into which humanity has been organized. The Quran is a weighty message. Acceptance of the message carries a noble responsibility. No nation or people have a birthright, nor do they carry the standard of Islamic leadership forever. The vibrancy of the Ummah is refreshed every age as Allah inspires new people to profess belief in al-Islam. It is paramount to understand that an unseen and profound spirituality and metaphysics underpins and permeates every aspect of individual and collective actions based on the principles of al-Islam as revealed in the Quran and demonstrated by the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. All the aforementioned principles, values, and concepts are built up from 5 foundational pillars of the faith. Each pillar has an inner and outer significance that provides for spiritual, religious, moral cohesion for a society that intends to be based on al-Islam and to work with like-minded people and societies. These pillars, along with the culture of the people, are the distinctive features of any Muslim society. Some of those 5 principles are Tawheed, the belief in the oneness of Allah. It would be manifested in the implementation and advocacy of the highest expression of a just and sustainable society and world community. The Arabic word Sharia, which is often misunderstood, means path to the water. Theologically, it is a path to a source of life that never runs dry. Salat, or our prayer, ritual prayer, is another foundational principle. And the masjids, the word literally means a place of prostration, would be community funded and should be designed according to simple design guidelines and constructed with indigenous materials. Form follows function and architectural style reflects local aesthetics. Religious institutions of other faiths are always protected and defended. Zakat, often translated charity, means that the community funds would be used for the care for the needy and for the advocacy of al-Islam as explained in the Quran. Fasting, ritual fasting during Ramadan and other times during the year, and a deep spiritual reflection will be nurtured and promoted as a part of the spiritual psyche and of the individual and nation. This is a reminding ritual shared by many faiths. And Hajj, the institution of Hajj, would be supported through this ritual, the interconnectedness of society, seeking to establish al-Islam, which means a condition of peace, safety, security, freedom, and justice, and its relationship and responsibility to the world and world communities would and should be emphasized. This reflects a summary of my understanding of al-Islam, a condition of peace, safety, security, freedom, and justice. Anything that is correct and it was beneficial was possible due to the blessings and the guidance of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Any mistakes in this part of the discussion are mine, and I pray to Allah to forgive me for them. I'd like to now kind of talk a little bit about, as I talked to Safi, I really found myself reflecting that everybody, as Allah says, Allah created us into different nations and tribes, and we all have our different perspectives, our own starting points, and different ways that we understand the world and even our faith traditions about how we might want to work together for a universal justice and peace. And I think it would be disingenuous not to acknowledge that every single faith tradition has its liberals and its conservatives. You have the people who take things very literally, and you have people who take their various scriptures very more metaphorically, and this form is no different. So I think I just want to acknowledge that we're always going to have this this dynamic of people who are more conservative, more liberal, more literal, more philosophical. And I think that I read, one of the ayahs I read in the beginning, that strive together for all that is good, I think it always applies to all situations where people are trying to do the best as they understand it for themselves, their families, their societies, and then extending to the world. So I'd like to talk a little bit about the Black American Muslim experience, and I heard a few references to that in earlier discussions, and I was glad to hear it. I'd just like to say that as it relates to interfaith discussion and multiculturalism, it is really not unusual in Black American families to have interfaith marriages and members from various traditions, including Islam, Christianity, and Judaism. While the Muslim community is one, we have our own lens and experience from which we view the world. As I was preparing for this discussion, I pulled up an article that I've saved over the years that was published shortly after September 11th, 2001, which I think a lot of us kind of see as really a seminal watershed event in how we relate to each other generally. But some of the excerpts from that article just had to do with one young man's gravitating towards Islam in an otherwise Christian family. And some of the excerpts were that while much of America gets tied up in knots about Islam, African Americans have always seen it differently. The religion's influence in the Black community is longstanding and familiar. Its roots trace back to slavery. Scholars contend, and I would say that depending on what you read, people will say 10 to 30% of the Africans that were enslaved during the Atlantic slave trade here in the United States came from Muslim-dominated societies in West Africa, which further study will reveal is heavily influenced by Sufism. And Islamic-based movements from the early 20th century had a self-definition and empowerment as core premises, meaning that movements like the Nation of Islam or the Moorish Science Temple, and to a lesser degree, but somewhat related, Marcus Garvey's movement, the Universal Negro Improvement Association, had the effect of really grounding the idea of Muslim, Islam, Quran, these ideas in Black community, in the Black American community. The transformational and revolutionary biographies of individuals such as Malcolm X and Muhammad Ali are well known and documented. The impact and influence of Muslim artists on world culture through jazz, R&B, and hip hop are not disputed. Although after the attacks of September 11, 2001, although the attacks on September 11, 2001 were often associated with terrorism and Islam, those connections were not really made to the same degree in the Black American community, as the Black American community has a history of dealing with Tawguti systems, a concept in the Quran that I understand has an idea of overarching wickedness and evil systems, such as chattel slavery, Jim Crow, and other forms of systematic racism and white supremacy purported to be representatives of Christianity or some other faith system. So in the Black community, it's very common to be able to sort of listen to what people say, read their various scriptures and come to an understanding that is more consistent with what we think the prophets. As we know in the Quran, we make no distinction between the prophets, between starting from Adam and extending to the culmination of prophethood with the Prophet Muhammad. So in the Black American community, the exercise to develop a working methodology as we express our understanding of our faith has never been an academic and purely intellectual exercise. It has been required for our survival and to challenge society to live up to its higher principles and founding doctrines. These are not discourses only for our places of worship only, but are necessarily applied to our homes, the streets, schools, and areas of economic and political activity. The Quran sets a standard for Muslims to strive to be a justly balanced community on every level of human interaction. The term that is translated justly balanced in many translations of the Quran is wasat. The Arabic word wasat means in the midst, to be good and exalted, occupy the middle position, be the best part of a thing, remote from the extremes. Some Quran translations translate ummati wasat as the middle or best community or nation. This means that whenever, as I understand it, whenever a Muslim community finds itself, wherever a Muslim community finds itself, it should be fully calibrated to its contemporary time, place, and circumstance, and should engage in good deeds for the best interest of society. It is not just semantic or just academic wordsmithing or political spin when I say that the term Islamic extremism, by definition, both literally and theologically, are contradiction in terms. There is nothing Islamic about extremism except for, of course, the unconditional idea of the oneness of Allah. That's the only extremism you're going to find in the Quran, is the unequivocal and uncompromising position that there's only one God, Allah. Preserving life is so important that the Quran says that the killing of one innocent person is as if all humanity were slain, and saving one person is like saving all of humanity. One of Allah's beautiful names is Al-Hayya, the alive. The world was recently galvanized by the image of George Floyd, yet another individual, another Black man in the United States, as he was unjustifiably murdered in plain view by a police officer who was sworn to serve and protect. And the entire world, regardless of faith, really saw the injustice, and we saw protests around the world around this wanton act of violence, of lack of injustice. There is only one God. Allah, and the proper name in the Arabic language is Allah. The Quran holds that human beings accepted the responsibility to be Khalifa, Allah's representative. I understand that the first prophet, Adam, alayhi salam, representing humanity, took on this responsibility to be Khalifa, to act in the best interest of the best understanding of divine revelation for the creation and the human and the natural family. All intentions actions that are good and that are right and good are consistent with the sustainability of the human and natural creation, in my opinion. The word Khalifa indicates a responsibility out of love for Allah and the creation to create a sustainable world where the diversity of Allah's creation is celebrated, nurtured, and its resources marshaled for the common good for present and future generations. As I move towards the conclusion, and once again, I appreciate the opportunity to participate in this conference and to speak about my perspective on what it means to represent or to reconcile our various understandings of our revelation and faith. I'll end with the ayahs that I read in the Quran, just to put bookmarks, I guess, on both sides. O mankind, fear your Lord, who created you from one soul and created from its mate, and dispersed from both of them many men and women, and fear Allah, through whom you ask one another, and the wombs. Indeed, Allah is ever over you, an observer. O mankind, indeed, we have created you from a male and a female, made you peoples and tribes that you may know one another. Indeed, the most noble of you in the sight of Allah is the most righteous of you. Indeed, Allah is knowing and acquainted. And of his signs is the creation of the heavens and the earth, and the diversity of your languages and colors. Indeed, in that are signs for those who have knowledge. For each is a direction toward which it faces. So race to all that is good, wherever you may be. Allah will bring you forth all together. Indeed, Allah is over all things competent. And we have revealed to you, O Muhammad, and to all of us who accept divine revelation, the book and truth, confirming that which preceded it of the scripture and as a criterion over it. So judge between them by what Allah has revealed, and do not follow their inclinations away from what has come to you of the truth. To each of you, we have prescribed the law and a method. Had Allah willed, he would have made you one nation united in faith, but he intended to test you in what he has given you. So race to all that is good. To Allah is your return altogether, and he will inform you concerning over that which used to differ. So once again, I appreciate the opportunity to address this topic from my perspective. Anything I said, once again, that was beneficial was from Allah, and any mistakes that I made, once again, are mine. And I'd like, once again, to share a word of peace. Assalamu alaikum to all the participants and panel members. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dawood. Alhamdulillah, that was really amazing and very good information clarifying what Islam actually is about as well, because there has been too much misunderstanding that has been spread. So I could see straight away what the issue was.
Okay, great. So first of all, assalamu alaikum, everyone. And I really want to thank Safi Kaskas. Are you, my thing is telling me low system. Can I be heard?
Yes.
You are loud and clear and picture perfect.
Okay, wonderful. All right, great. So thank you to Safi Kaskas for this kind of invitation. I know Safi is very passionate about women, so he wanted a lot of women voices here. So I really applaud you for that, Safi. Thank you.
Thank you. That's your book right there.
Oh, thank you. Okay, great. So just as a backgrounder, I grew up in Kashmir in the foothills of the Himalayas. I was sent to Catholic school for about 10 years. I had Hindu professors, Sikh girls I climbed trees with, bought freshwater pearls from Buddhists, and we were always told that we were from the lost 10 tribe of Israel. So at a very young age, I came to America to pursue an education, and I had never interacted with Jewish people until that time, and landed in a 99% Jewish neighborhood called Jericho in Long Island. But you know, fast forward, I stand before you as an American, as a Muslim, as a woman, as an immigrant, who actually discovered the value of her own religion in America. When I was a little girl, I received a pair of boxing gloves from my father so he could, you know, because he was a sportsman, so he wanted to teach me how to defend myself. So when our ex-president said Islam hates us, I knew I had to fight back. I could not allow my religion to be seen at odds with my American values. But today, a lot has been said about how our world is being torn apart by extremists. Haters are directly influencing and playing on popular attitudes, emotions, and social norms and behavior. They seem to be consolidating their power, spreading their influence, and indiscriminately attacking all minorities. but it really doesn't have to be this way. Are we going to sit and watch while extremists and haters of all stripes clog the public airwaves and define the agenda for the rest of us? Are we going to let them unjustly take away innocent life? Are we going to allow them to poison the minds of younger generations? Are we going to allow them to mar the reputation of our beautiful country, America? Are we going to allow them to threaten our national unity? Are we going to live in fear in the land of the free? Well, I don't think it has to be this way. Extremists don't have to win, and there does not have to be an extreme reaction to that, like Islamophobia. I firmly believe that every religion, every race, everyone is impacted by all forms of extremism. And, we just have to look around us and, we see Buddhist extremism, we see Hindu extremism, we see, we've already seen Muslims become extremists, we're seeing Jewish extremism. So these are all rooted in intolerance and hate of the other, aided by misinformation and disinformation campaigns. But my scripture, which has already been mentioned, several of the previous speakers have already talked about this, but I'd like to go a little bit deeper into it. Quran refers to Ummat Wahida, a term that literally means one community, a body of believers who are divinely mandated to uphold justice and compassion, united by a shared belief in God and the divine plan for the hereafter. The word has a combination of various meanings: movement, goal, unconscious choice, meaning a group of humans on the way to God. This is exemplified most starkly during the Hajj pilgrimage. People of distinct colors, races, and ethnicities come from countries all over the world, speaking different languages, all participating in the same ritual, displaying a spirit of unity and brotherhood, one ummah. But the Quran actually takes us on a different ride. It also expands our mind and says, hey, teaches us that ummah is not only for Muslims, even for humans. God has made it all of his creation are members of the ummah, as seen in the Quranic verse stating, every beast, this is Quranic verse 638, every beast that crawls on the earth and every bird that flies with its two wings has formed communities like you. We have left nothing out of the book. Later, they will all be gathered to their Lord. In light of this verse, it becomes clear that no one person, one creature, one community, one tribe may be excluded from the ummah based on their belief or identity. The differences of race, color, or social status are only incidental. They do not affect the true stature of humans in the sight of God. Again, the value of equality is not bestowed by the state or the government, it is God-given. So to sum it up, my understanding is that all humans are created by the same God, that we share equally in the common parentage of Adam and Eve. God is not partial to any race, age, or religion. All people are born equal in the sense that no one brings any possession with them, and they die equal in the sense that they take nothing with them. So in 632, the Prophet Muhammad drafted the Constitution of Medina, which was briefly mentioned by Safi, which referred to Christians, Jews, and pagan citizens of Medina as members of the Ummah. I have that beautiful Constitution of Medina actually in a book I publish. Happy to share that with anybody that wants to see it. So in 632, the Prophet said, because he knew these were his last years, he said, "Oh people, listen well to my words, for I do not know whether after this year I shall ever be among you again. Therefore, listen to what I'm saying to you very carefully and take these words to those who could not be present here today." And I'm doing what the Prophet asked us to do, asked the previous generations to do. I'm bringing these words to you because they're very important. He said, all mankind is from Adam and Eve. An Arab has no superiority over non-Arab, nor a non-Arab has any superiority over an Arab. Also, a black has no superiority over white, nor a white over a black, except by piety and good action. So one of the requirements of the Ummah is that we need leaders to guide its members towards that goal. To Muslims, the Prophet Muhammad was a living exemplar of this leadership. He made it his social mission to create an inclusive community where all people could practice their faith without persecution or coercion and obtain the ultimate goal of the hereafter. His leadership is exemplified by the Pact of Medina, in which he negotiated a settlement with various clans of Medina. What makes this pact remarkable is that it explicitly refers to Christians, Jews, and pagan citizens of Medina as members of the Ummah. So why should it be any other way when we already have such an incredible model? Shouldn't we be filling this vacuum in leadership on this issue? I think what Safi is doing today is the beginning of that, bringing together forward-thinking, peace-loving individuals, stepping into the arena to stop all extremists from spreading their influence. Because really, if we do nothing, the next generation will be impacted by this. How do we do this? In my work, I have seen that a problem cannot be solved at the level of the problem. We need a fresh approach, which requires people of all faiths and none to work together in good faith, pooling our insights, experiences, and know-how to solve this issue. The most effective is through educational awareness. This has been mentioned so many times already, but it's really crucial that this must be done by peaceful means. For peace is the underlying and unifying spirit of faith. My way of voting for peace and my contribution to peace is to create practical solutions, toolkits, which people can use. In collaboration with 72 contributors, one of which is Safi, I assembled an authentic state-of-the-art solution to challenge the extremist mindset. Our community was deeply plagued by ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Boko Haram, taking our faith and using it to weaponize our religion to political ends. So I wanted to stop that. And so in my way, this Wise Up book, which I'm holding up in front of you right now, I don't know if you see it, it's a slogan for spreading authoritative yet easily accessible knowledge about Islam to empower individuals at the community level who are passionate about building bridges against hatred and violence by making a clear distinction between Islamic theology and extremist ideology. I mean, literally, you have to feed people information like this. The yellow is the truth, and the black is the propagandized version of ISIS. So, it was very important for me as a Muslim, as a practicing Muslim, to distinguish between Islamic theology and extremist ideology, because, and I wanted to show the interrelated factors that play into the hands of extremists. So the solution is not only theological or scriptural, there are many other ways that we have to look at the problem of extremism. And some of it is, there are a lot of reasons why people join these movements, and we have to understand those reasons, and they're all in the book. And, just a few years ago, I would not have imagined that I would be taking on ISIS or Al-Qaeda, but this is the testament to the times we live in. And I think it's my hope that when we look back at this bleak moment in history, we can say to ourselves, thank God we did our part. For really, why should it be any other way? I mean, I don't want to allow people to, disrupt peace and weaponize any religion. So to this end, since this book has had great utility, I will be publishing another one, smaller version of it called Wise Up to White Supremacy, because Christian religion is also being weaponized. For those people who do not know, a lot of Christian symbols and Christian scripture is being utilized by white supremacists to promote their brand of Christianity. And they need to be stopped, not in the name of Christianity, but in the name of God. And that is why I'm doing that. And I'm hopeful that I can share all this information with you. I'd like to pivot a little bit to another deep passion that I have. In April of this year, I went to Afghanistan to meet face-to-face with the Taliban, the very people, the very ideology that I had written about in this Wise Up book. In my meeting with them, literally, I was eyeball to eyeball with the Taliban. I shocked them. And because I thanked them for changing my life. They didn't know what to do. They were a little shocked at what I was saying. I told them that before 9/11, I was a working architectural designer. And after that tragic event that took place, I went to a church to explain what Islam is, because I was trying to help my ex-husband at the time. And there was a lady who asked me to explain the status of women and I told her that Islam had granted Muslim women many rights in 7th century. And she believed me, but she said, can you explain why Afghan women don't have these rights? Why are they being treated like this? I was angry at my inability to do anything for Afghan women at that time because I was a working woman, so I had no answer. And then she said to me, never mind, dear, just tell me what you're doing about it. You know, it took a year or so for that question to really sit with me, and I realized that a mandate was being thrust upon me. And as Safi mentioned, and many other speakers here have mentioned, this concept of being vice regent of God. I thought to myself, well, if I've been entrusted with a mandate and I'm technically playing an ambassadorial role here as a human being, as a vice regent of God, then don't I have a responsibility to step up? Because I was empowered by everybody in my family, and if I don't do it, who's going to do it? So I eventually quit my career and founded Women's Islamic Initiative in Spirituality and Equality to basically bring Muslim women together. And then even though I continued to explain that Muslim women were entitled to the same God-given rights as their male counterparts, my answers always fell on deaf ears. When I said Islam means peace, they wanted me to explain how and why the faith of Islam was being manipulated to allow child marriages or prevent girls from going to school. But the perception of Muslim women being subjugated and being passive even continues today. The problem is the media does not report that the extremists have hijacked the religion of Islam. They have defined the global agenda for Muslims. I realized if I did nothing and we allowed the extremists to consolidate their power, spread their influence, and subjugate women, my reality of an empowered Muslim woman was going to become a minority view. So as a Muslim woman, I believe we need to use a different kind of force, the force of knowledge, because to clear misunderstanding, to reveal the truth, and to open hearts and minds to transform people. So I'd like to begin with the first couple. I'd like to go all the way to the very beginning of the human story. Without Eve, there would be no progeny, no family, no community, no society, actually no civilization. The Quran classifies many women beyond motherhood as role models for humanity, whose importance and work existed outside the role of a mother. God willed many notable pious women to obtain social, spiritual, and public freedoms, setting a precedent of divine will for generations of women to come. This is what we're riding on right now. Today, some of these women exemplars may be shunned in their communities or even barred from the houses of worship because they do not represent the ideal of a woman. Among the women that God chose to either, gave a mandate or divinely sanctioned are a non-believer, a separated woman, a sexual assaulter, a woman out of wedlock, a barren woman, a divorced woman. Now, if today in Muslim communities, in some quarters of Muslim communities, some of these women would be shunned. But the Quran's vision refutes this traditional view. Women were intermediaries of the sacred, divinely charged with preeminent roles, not only as women, but wives and mothers who protected, sheltered, influenced, taught, and disseminated the prophetic message. Throughout their lives, they endured hardships, resisted the powerful and the mighty, who exemplify the ideal of courage and faith in the face of diversity. Despite all this evidence of women being divinely charged, aspects of our religious tradition the world over are no longer rooted in scripture. They are actually reflective of patriarchal tendencies, which, like all other traditions, got canonized in the age of empires, wealth, and power. These monotheistic women's stories particularly show that they were autonomous agents capable of receiving God's guidance, and that, in the eyes of God, they are of absolute moral and spiritual equality to women. I'll touch upon a few of them. Let us begin with the earliest woman, the matriarch of Abrahamic religions, Hagar, whose story has deep relevance. She's mentioned in the Bible and is a key figure in Islam and an archetype of courage, conviction, and bravery. So she chooses to stay behind and look for sustenance for her child. And God sends this water called Zamzam, which becomes the bloodline of this new town called Mecca. This woman wound up shaping the destiny of 1 billion Muslims today. Her self-sacrifice is a reminder to us of our own personal struggle. Ever wonder why God chose a woman for this role? What if Hagar had not submitted to the will of God as conveyed by Abraham? Would the town have flourished? Would Prophet Muhammad have been born there and received his revelation? Would Khadija, who was also born there, become a tradeswoman offered marriage to a young Muhammad? Would Bilal, an enslaved African, be freed by the Prophet to exemplify human equality? Would Fatima exhibit beautiful patience to endure deep hardship? Would Aisha have spent years spreading the message of the Prophet? Going back to Hagar, it was her trust in God, her determination, bravery, and self-sacrifice that founded Mecca, home to the holiest sites of Islam today. But today, if you go to Hajj, there are some men who tell their wives to walk slowly because it is considered improper for a woman to rush back and forth. And yet, here was Hagar running between these two hillocks, trying to find water or trying to find some life around. Then the Quran takes us on, shows us the story of Queen of Sheba. And she, the Quran hails as an archetype of good political leadership because she was transparent. She relied on public consultation and prioritized the welfare of her people over everything else. She is so important in today's time because she chose not to go to war. In contrast with, and God actually contrasts her with the Pharaoh, the archetype of tyranny, showing that powerful women can be righteous and true. When she receives a letter from King Solomon requesting her submission, and she decides that, she doesn't want to fight with him and not go to war with him, and sends him a gift. And she chooses the path of non-confrontation to protect the well-being of her people, a decision hailed by the Quran as being a wise woman. Then there's Asiya, the Pharaoh's wife, who again goes against the Pharaoh. She is considered the first adopter in Islam. She is a risk taker who adopts a child with a knowledge that he does not share the Pharaoh's religion. She is charged by God to protect infant Moses from the tyrannical husband. She remains steadfast against her husband, who tortured her for believing in Moses. And she is also praised by name for the great courage and faith she displayed by fulfilling her God-given mandate to raise Moses. I mean, if she hadn't raised Moses, if she hadn't saved him, would the Jewish people have been saved? No. Then the Quran elaborates, this is most interesting, elaborates sexual aggression with great detail in the story of Prophet Joseph or Yusuf, who is a victim of a woman assaulter. As a young slave and a minority in Egypt, he is socially disadvantaged, and he's actually such a stunning guy. Everybody falls for him. And he becomes vulnerable to the sexual exploitation of a powerful woman named Zuleika, who was also his boss. The narrative of what we refer to as sexual assault today, which we can see during the Me Too movement, is the same narrative. It hasn't changed at all. The story gives us this insight into the dynamics of sex, political power, coercion, testimony, pursuit of justice, and more importantly, how nobody else said anything. A lot of people remained silent. They knew what was going on, but they all chose to remain silent and aided and abetted her until he was thrown into prison. And then then I can't elaborate into the whole story. Then, of course, there's Mary, the virgin and the sacrificer, held in high esteem, that a chapter chapter of the Quran is named after her, an honor granted only to 8 people. Her righteousness, steadfastness, and chastity made her fit to receive the breath of God into her womb. So her womb has become of service to deliver an important, to be the deliverer of God's word. And she embodies the ideal of faith in God. She persists through hardship, carrying a child without a father out of wedlock, fulfilling her covenant with God. Without her, Jesus would not have come into the world. And she is referred to as Mother of Jesus. and raises Jesus without a father, only to see her only child, the Word of God, nailed to a cross and raised to heaven. And finally, Khadijah, the prophet's first wife, who was the first to acknowledge his prophethood and give him confidence, and also became the first Muslim. A great philanthropist, a confident woman, a wealthy businesswoman who was widowed twice and already had 4 children when she married the prophet. They married for 15 years. They had a monogamous marriage when no marriage was monogamous in that era. And on the night he received his revelation, she was the first one he went to. She comforted him, supported him, and then she sought advice from her Christian cousin, who proclaimed that Muhammad's revelations were indeed from God. And he told her he is a prophet, and like every other prophet, he's going to be chased out of town. And he told them to be careful because he knew he wanted to see him become a prophet, but he died shortly after that. But the prophet's profound love, loyalty, trust, and respect towards her provides the primary model for how Muslim men should treat their wives. So I tell this story because I want to see how many Muslim men will marry a widowed woman with like 4 children. You know, how many Muslim men would marry an older woman? How many Muslim, men, a lot of Muslims, prevent people from having love marriage. This was a love marriage by all definitions. So in conclusion, there is an example of a woman who I love, absolutely love, and because it shows that motherhood is not the only requirement for women to be successful in the worldly life or the hereafter. So Rabia Basri, 714 CE, rejected materialism and accepted a life of poverty so she could embrace God fully. Her gratitude to God was so deep that no man could even compare. She rejected many marriage proposals by saying, God can give me all you offer and even double it. It does not please me to be distracted from him for a single moment. So farewell, she would say to all her suitors. Her life didn't fit the pattern for women of her time. Instead, she retained full control and legal autonomy of herself. She was neither wife nor mother, nor was she under any authority. So today, to advance peace and stability, we really need to bring Islam's peaceful teachings to play a larger role in promoting women's rights. And inshallah, in 2023, I'll be publishing a book called 30 Rights of Muslim Women, which will dive into the details of Quranic and historical support for Muslim women's rights. It's my intention to use the contents of the book to include women at the decision-making tables, offer their voices and perspectives when policies are being implemented. By highlighting how the Quran affirms the suitability of women in major leadership roles and how Islam honors women, and the Quran even speaks about women in a prominent leadership role and how they are to discharge their responsibility. I think these stories are not only Quranic, they're actually the story of God. There is only one God, and all the other prophets are messengers of that God. And it's through bringing the stories of women together, as I've mentioned to you, many of these stories are biblical women, we can, find another commonality that will be able to bring women of all faiths together to join in this movement by not only lifting the status of women, but also creating peaceful societies. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Daisy. That was really remarkable. And I love the way you went into some of the women within our faith traditions and aspects that people don't always think about, that are nothing to do with motherhood. And, this is so very true, and something I think really people need to read up on and think about a lot more, because it is certainly very pertinent to the times in which we live. And it is amazing how some of these issues, such as sexual assault, and how people get written off and abused just because of who they are. These are issues of today, and yet they're there actually in our books going back thousands of years. And yet we don't always see that because maybe the frame is slightly different, but with a little bit of thought. It's thank you so much. I learned a lot from you today. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Now, finally, inshallah, Rabbi Steve.
So I thank you, Paul, and I begin by acknowledging the honor and privilege to be part of this historic gathering. My thanks to my friend Safi for the invitation to address this group today, and my apologies for having to create the craziness of my joining. My presence was required in our synagogue's religious school on this opening day of our studies. And in fact, I am technically in the middle of teaching our 8th, 9th, and 10th graders, even as I speak to you right now. So if you hear noise in the background, it's them. I want to dedicate my remarks today both to them and to my friend Khalil Shadid, who was responsible for my meeting Dr. Kaskas, and also for bringing me into the world of dialogue between Jews and Muslims, of trialogue between Jews and Muslims and Christians, and to this broader area of interfaith work that is so critical. And I am truly looking forward to catching up on the many presentations before mine that I had to miss while we were running the school this morning. But having been here and having had my students here for your remarks, Dr. Khan, just remarkable. And it is humbling and an honor to follow those. My apologies also if, as I suspect, I am not the first one to date to note that the dictionary has 2 distinct definitions for the word reconciliation. The first, no doubt intended by those who convene this conference, being the action of making one view or belief compatible with another, as in our monthly efforts to reconcile our checkbooks or household budgets, or in the attempt to bring our sacred teachings more in line with one another. But the second definition, I believe, is of equal importance: the restoration of friendly relations, which I believe is the other significant goal of today's sharing. I believe that the first step toward reconciliation must be to acknowledge that we must explain away the occasional text which appears to be less than positively disposed to the traditions of others. But even more, we must acknowledge that each of our faith traditions is multivocal, as Dr. Khan and others I am sure did, that each contains voices more disposed to seeking peace and reconciliation between us, and voices that are less disposed, more interested in asserting our own dominance and uniqueness. And more than that, far too often, for reasons of history and group politics, it seems that the voices of in-group supremacy usually gain ascendancy over those that seek understanding and cooperation between groups. And as a result, the first step in reconciling our various texts in our effort to bring peace and understanding between us needs to be to focus on those whose voices open to strivings, both in our own traditions and in those with whom we seek to reconcile. So like Dr. Khan, I want to take us to a biblical example from the book of Genesis. I want to look at the end of the story of Abraham, in which Hagar becomes such a significant player. But I want to start in chapter 17, when Abraham is recovering from his recent circumcision at age 99, sitting by the opening of his tent at the edge of the desert, when he sees 3 strangers passing by. Despite his age, despite his being in recovery from surgery, despite the heat of the day, he rushes out to greet them and invites them in to join him in a meal, to get out of the heat of the day. So great was his belief in the power of the value of hospitality. He does not recognize these 3 strangers before he runs out and invites them. So it seems clear that their identity and who they actually were cannot be a factor in his desire to offer that hospitality, any more than his current physical state prevented him from acting. And if our reading of that text ended here, we would have a useful text on the value of hospitality to all, one that all of our traditions, I believe, can and do readily accept, at least in the vacuum. But there's so much more to the story here, because it turns out that these strangers are in fact angelic messengers sent to announce the impending birth of Isaac to Sarah in her old age, to bring about the demise of the wicked cities of Sodom and Gomorrah, for sins that included their utter lack of proper hospitality to visitors, as displayed in their reaction to hearing that 2 strangers had come into their community. And that story in turn leads to Abraham's negotiation with God to save the lives of the blameless, and of course to the birth of Isaac, which leads to both the difficult story in Genesis 21, in which Abraham gives in to Sarah's demands that Hagar and Ishmael be sent out, and to the equally challenging story of God's test of Abraham in requiring the sacrifice of Isaac in Genesis chapter 22. Each of these later two stories are powerful in their own right, but are often used to distinguish our differing faiths from each other. My biblical text has God calling for Isaac's sacrifice. I've learned that the Muslim tradition includes a variant form in which God demands the sacrifice not of Isaac, but of Ishmael. And I've learned that for Christians, whichever son they see in the story is an allegorical reference to the sacrifice made by Jesus on the cross. And so here we have an example of what looks like it could become a reconciled text, significant to all three of our faith traditions. And yet the truth is that I have to ask the question, how often do we use this awareness that we all have the version of this text to bring ourselves closer together? It seems that far more often, even those of us in the mainstream or those who specifically work for reconciliation, within each of our religions, it seems that the version, our own version, is a correct version to our own believers, usually expressed in a binary manner that at least implies that the others are not correct. And therefore they become one that makes us more likely to argue issues of turf, that the others are an ancient form of cultural appropriation, deliberately distorting our own version. And they become separators and not unifiers. And I think this only gets worse when we realize that the biblical text actually says, in calling Abraham to offer Isaac, that God referred to Isaac as Abraham's favored son. Keep in mind, though, this comes after Ishmael has been sent away. What does it mean to be the only son and the favored son in the house? I'm currently the parent of two children, both in their 20s. One married with a daughter of her own living in another state, the other still living at home. One could see my relationship with my son who still lives with us and presume that he is my favorite child because we are still together so much more often. It's not true, however. I love them both and favor neither of them over the other. And yet when we look at our text, we don't give it that benefit of the doubt. And as a result, these sets of texts often in reality become a point of contention, certainly between Jews and Muslims, and fail to be able to unify. And so it's here that I think the secondary definition of reconciliation becomes critical, that we want to draw closer to each other. The more I have led Torah study groups, the more I have done interfaith work, the more I come to appreciate there is value both in deep diving within my own tradition and in efforts to understand the message through other sets of eyes. I have come to realize that how we view the text matters greatly, sometimes even more than the text of words of the text itself. So when we Jews read Genesis 22 on Rosh Hashanah, our New Year's Day, one of our most holiest days of the year, of course we are looking for truth on that day, and we are looking for affirmation as Jews. And that setting makes us more likely to care about those internal truths rather than those that can bring about reconciliation with our neighbors. And for most of us, that's when we hear this text repeated every year. And that was true even when my congregation did for years. We were sitting in a Methodist church hearing those words on Rosh Hashanah. Especially when, as more liberal Reform Jews, this is the only Torah we read on Rosh Hashanah. And the irony here is that it's the more traditional Jews, the less likely to be looking for reconciliation, who read Genesis 21, the story of Hagar and Ishmael, on the first day of the holiday, before we get to Isaac's story in Genesis 22. And few of them, myself included, by the way, see it the way I'm about to share. I have never taught what I'm about to share with you to my congregants. That's why my students are in the room with me, because I want them to hear this today too. Because both stories are vague about the age of Abraham's sons in this their moment on the center stage. In Genesis chapter 21, Ishmael is portrayed at the critical moment as a helpless babe, put under the bush by his mother, Hagar, so that she doesn't hear his cries of hunger and thirst, left to fend for himself and die because she cannot bear this. And in that moment, the Jewish tradition interpreting that chapter tells us her fear and her sense of being helpless to care for her son blind her to the truth that there has to be a water source nearby if there is a bush to hide Ishmael under. And this is seen as not redounding well to Hagar's ability in that moment. I share that because I have to, and then I look to put it aside. Because even more, the characterization of Ishmael's age is belied by the text itself. In this moment, Ishmael can be no younger than 14 and is probably 15 or 16 years old as a result of details shared elsewhere in the Abraham story that I'm not going to go into. Therefore, he is not a helpless babe, needing to be cared for by his mother who can't deal with his crying in that moment. And there's a really good case to be made that he himself was blinded to his own fate and pain and was equally unable to see the presence of the water that allowed the bush to survive and protect him. But even more than that, even more than pointing a finger of blame at him in that moment, it means that he was old enough in the ancient world that Abraham should have been comfortable sending him out into the world as a young man on his own with just his mother with him. He had already come of age, and in a very real sense, the circumcision was his coming of age ritual. And that context is critical in seeing the more conciliatory message of these texts. Because when we compare it to Genesis 22, Isaac's awareness to ask the question of his father, where is the lamb for the sacrifice? And the description of events makes what's happening in that moment sound like Isaac's coming of age ritual, which would put him at roughly age 13 or about the same age as Ishmael in the preceding chapters. And I say this despite knowing that there is a secondary Jewish text that speculates that Isaac may be as old as 37 years old in that moment, which I have always found really problematic and dismissed. So when his father responds with what sounds like a dismissive, God will see to it that there's a lamb, my son, and note the importance of punctuation there and how much that sentence changes with and without the comma that I read it with. God will see to it that there is a lamb, my son. Isaac decides to continue onward up the mountain at Abraham's side freely on his own. And we must see that moment as proving that Isaac is ready for adult responsibilities too. Isaac's faith is challenged every bit as much as Abraham's in those last fraught moments, allowing himself to be bound and put on the altar, trusting if not his father's God, then his father himself, to make sure that the act is not followed through to completion. And when we allow ourselves to read these two texts side by side this way, here and only here do we get an interpretation that makes sense both as a test of Abraham and in a manner that allows us to compare Isaac and Ishmael as equals. In this reading, the test of Abraham, especially after Ishmael has apparently failed to act maturely in his first test as an adult out in the world on his own, is to see if Abraham has properly prepared Isaac for coming of age. Isaac's actions are the proof that Abraham passes this test. And therefore, in both stories, we remove the need to question Abraham's willingness to sacrifice his sons after fighting so hard for the theoretical innocence of Sodom and Gomorrah. Now we can instead see him as a good father, raising his sons to be independent and faithful to God, needing to let them go free with albeit mixed initial results, rather than as a cool and heartless father as we sometimes think of him. But even more, it allows us Jews to see Isaac as being of worthy by his own actions of receiving his father's blessing and birthright, and to see Ishmael as being less worthy by his own actions in his story. And even though I choose to put that interpretation aside as well, it allows us to judge them as equals. It allows me to see those who embrace Ishmael and not Isaac as seeing that Ishmael eventually showed his worthiness. Ironically, by replacing Isaac in my story in being the centerpiece of the Islamic story of the sacrifice. If he said the same things that Isaac said in mine, if he acted the same way as Isaac does in my Bible story, then Ishmael succeeds in his second test where he failed in the first. And therefore, I don't have to choose to see mine as better than yours, to see Ishmael as being less than Isaac. It just took him 2 tries in the way I read these texts. And as one who didn't get into rabbinical school the first time I applied, I'm a big favorite of people who do well the second time and get that second chance. Now, having the ability to determine that the decision between stepbrothers was not based on a choice rooted in lineage, but rather on their personal merit, as demonstrated by their own actions, is essential for us to be able to accept the same version of the story without rancor of apparent favoritism. There's even a similar interpretation and comparison available to Jacob and Esau, the twin sons of Isaac, also seen as ancestors to Jews and Muslims respectively, and the story in which it appears Jacob deceives his father and steals their father's blessing from Esau, again the firstborn, but also their father's favored son. In that reading, Jacob knows exactly who needs to get the blessing, because Rebekah, who has been given the prophecy by God that the older shall serve the younger, had shared it with him, and because he sees Jacob's worthiness, where Esau's remains hidden to him, even though he favors Esau. He gives each son a blessing when he is being duped, unsure completely as to which one is standing before him in that moment, but later calls Jacob to him personally to receive the blessing, so that he can be sure that he is in fact blessing the proper deserving son. And of course, in my Jewish Bible, it's the one who is the ancestor of the Jews who is seen as worthy. Of course, in the Muslim version, it's the one who is seen as the ancestor of the Muslims who is seen as worthy. It's what we share in common. Get past the details, find the commonality. So at the end of the day, it seems clear that with careful attention to the text itself and a clearly defined desire to use our text to reconcile our faiths with each other, there are plenty of possibilities for interpretation and understanding that lead to more conciliatory lessons emerging from the sacred pages. And there again is the rub, as each of our faith traditions have subgroups that will come down on each side of that forced choice between following the letter of the text and the spirit of the text. Those that choose to follow the letter are often more likely to find the text giving them messages of their personal ascendancy and primacy over others, while those that choose to follow the spirit of the text tend to be more open to the possibilities of interfaith cooperation, understanding, and commonality that we have noted today, that lead to the possibility of reconciliation. But in a world in which we are increasingly recognizing that there are far fewer forced binary choices in our lives than it may seem, true reconciliation will likely be found amongst those whose interpretations of their own texts are authentically true to their received traditions, and yet still flexible enough to support both an internally distinct understanding and an externally more universal one as well at the same time. And so ultimately, it is how we choose to reconcile ourselves with our texts, whether we choose to take a more fundamentalist literal approach or a more universalist conciliatory approach, or even one that straddles the fence too often erected to divide us, that is likely the biggest factor in whether we can succeed in reconciling our texts for the sake of greater understanding and deeper peace, of reconciling our peoples and working together to improve our world. I thank you for this opportunity to share, and I look forward to learning.
Oh, subhanAllah, thank you so much, Rabbi. That was absolutely beautiful. And I've always had a similar approach to the story of Isaac and Ishmael myself, but yours is different. But I've always looked at the commonality, between the two stories. And ultimately for me, it doesn't really matter whether it was Isaac or Ishmael. At the heart of the story, what matters is the contents of the story and the actual meaning of it. And the fact that, it was a test of Abraham's faith, and it was a test of their faith, and it tested their responsibilities. I like that nice twist you put on it, because I think this is a very good point. I read something recently about the age of them when this apparently happened, and the fact that they were much older than is often portrayed. It's something that shockingly I'd never heard before and I'd never read before. And it was only literally think maybe a month or two ago, I happened upon an article which actually discussed this. And herein is the issue, there's so much information out there that can actually help us to come to some kind of better understanding and reconciliation. And yet all too often that's not shared, but some narrow-minded, foolish, often totally outdated and outmoded idea is pushed. And we need to be aware of that. We all need to be aware of that, whichever our faith. So thank you so much. We really appreciate that. And Baruch Hashem, may the Almighty bless you and your community. Mark Braverman, PhD, is a research fellow in systematic theology and ecclesiology at Stellenbosch University and executive director of Kairos, USA, founded in response to the Kairos School of the Palestinian Christians. His work has been focused on Christian Zionism, ecumenism, and the role of Christian-Jewish relations in the discourse on Israel-Palestine. He served on the steering committee of the World Council of Churches Palestine, Israel, Ecumenical Forum, and as an advisor, it's at the World Council of Churches Palestine and Israel Ecumenical Forum, and as an advisor to the Public Affairs Committee of the General Council of the World Communion of Reformed Churches. He serves on the Global Kairos for Justice Theology Working Group of Kairos Palestine. Dr. Braverman is the author of 2 books, Fatal Embrace, Christians, Jews, and the Search for Peace in the Holy Land, and A Wall in Jerusalem, Hope, Healing, and Struggle for Justice in Israel and Palestine. He has authored peer-reviewed articles and book chapters on Zionism, ecumenism, post-Holocaust theology, and the role of the global church in the support of the Palestinian struggle, which, it's very interesting from everything I've read there. There were some things that many people would think are apparently contradictory, and yet you have, been involved in different angles, and that is really interesting. So I'm actually deeply fascinated now what you're going to discuss. So the floor is yours, Mark.
Well, take a deep breath. I apologize for the confusion earlier. There's a technical problem and of various kinds, and I just I didn't get the time right. But I'm glad to finally be here and to have at least been able to catch Dr. Khan and who I could listen to all day, I think, and Rabbi Weissman. Thank you for your Devar Torah. So let me plunge in because I know that the time is short. Let me just say also, Paul, in response to your curiosity, just to introduce myself, also to thank the sponsors and to thank my friend Safi for inviting me. I come to this conversation as a Jew, heartbroken by the struggle that my people are experiencing now and what we have created in our search for self-determination and security and safety. As a Jew, I understand where Zionism comes from, down to my bones. I believe that it was a wrong turn for us in our search for that security and that safety and that self-determination. And I'll say more about that. Also, it would have been useful for me to have been able to listen to all of the conversations today. For me, the really good part here is not listening to myself talk, but listening to others, being able to respond, and then hearing the response of others between us. So I'm hoping that there will be time for that. It's also unfortunate that I haven't had a chance to hear the whole conversation because I think that what I'm throwing into the conversation now, and Safi and I talked about this, is coming from a different angle. When I read the description of the conference and the mission of the conference, my response was, yes, I understand and deeply also yearn and crave this kind of conversation between our religious communities. And the interfaith, or whatever you want to call it, the interfaith project is a critically important project. And we all grew up in it in the 20th century. This is when it started. But I'm going to propose now that what is going on now in the world and just the urgency of what we're confronting now, that it's not what is going on between religious communities, but what is going on within each community that is critically important. There are two different agendas here, and I wish this were not so, but history is such that we have communities with boundaries, with histories. And when you talk about talking together, there's some very, very important agendas that have to be pursued. This is a different agenda than what is going on within Islam, within Judaism, within Christianity, and this is on a historical basis, which is not necessarily the kind of faith that you would want to put on to the outside, to the world outside the boundaries of your group. Sometimes even within the group, those boundaries are preserved between leadership and rank and file. There are different agendas. One has to do with creating friendship and keeping the peace, keeping everyone in the tent, in a large tent, but being able to talk to one another within it. It's about harmony, acknowledging boundaries and harmony, versus the deep, painful struggles, divisive struggles that happen within religious denominations and religious groups about what it means to do the right thing when it interferes with the internal project of harmony. What the World Council of Churches says, and they just had a conference last week, which I'll refer to, it's always been about unity. For the Christianity, the ecumenical movement has been about, are we a form of the church, or are we an organization that, of churches that above all has to keep the house standing and everybody reasonably happy, as opposed to fulfilling the mission of the gospel, which is to free the captives and give sight to the blind. Jesus' quote from the prophet Isaiah. Those, I'm sad to say, are in conflict often, those two agendas. And it would be nice if we could bring them together. But my experience in particular dealing with Jews and Christians with respect to the issue of Palestine tells me differently. By the way, I'm going to speak with experience and in some authority with respect to Judaism and Christianity. No firsthand experience with Islam. I have dear friends and have read wonderful books, and I've heard Dr. Khan now. And so I can only infer from what I hear that the same internal struggles obviously go on within Islam, and I think Dr. Khan, you referred to that. I think today, the most important thing is for each community to look to its own house and to honor those struggles above all, and to be prepared to deal with the pain and the conflict and the discomfort that it brings, because we don't like conflict and we don't like divisiveness. But we can't afford to smooth things out now, because the right things will not be done. Some examples. the other way I would put it would be that the conflict is between joining with empire, broadly defined, and it's everywhere, and remaining true to the foundational principles of faith. Now, I know it doesn't look good for the others as well as within to think, wait a minute, we have a conflict about being true to the foundational principles of our faith. Well, okay, let's be real. If you look at the history of any of the religions, you have those conflicts, especially true for Christianity. I think it may be true for Islam as well. And now finally, for Judaism, because we've become empowered. And it's the same struggle. Are we working for God? Are we being true to the Torah, to the Gospels, to the teachings of the Prophet? Or are we taking care of keeping our house going? Which means always frank accommodation with powers and principalities, as well as changing your own self internally so that those two things are not in conflict. You're not just playing a part to gain power and to be part of the power structure. You change yourself to do that. That has certainly been true for the church. We all know what happened in the 3rd century with Emperor Constantine, and with basically the church and empire merging. Catastrophe for Christianity. And the churches and Christians have been working on dealing with that and continue to do that to this day. But there was the Reformation, for example. A profoundly important struggle. We have said that was not a good thing. Yes, of course, it created a lot of conflict in the future and a lot of pain, but that was a healthy thing for the church itself to have undergone, and it continues to do that. Historically, for the Jews, the Bible, the Jewish texts are a record of conflict. I mean, the best shorthand for it is conflict between power and faithfulness, greed, and its opposite, prophet and king. And there's always that tension. And the question of how do we relate to the people around us? Now, the problem for me with the Old Testament is that that remains to some extent unresolved, because at the very end of the Bible, we've come back from the Babylonian exile. We are reestablishing ourselves as the Davidic dynasty in Palestine, now in the presence of lots of other people. And the important thing is keep your boundaries straight. And that has been really the history of deeply embedded in Jewish identity all through history for obvious and very, very good reasons. But the conflict that emerged from that is that our insularity and our sense of needing to defend ourselves always against the hostile world that wants to kill us. And I grew up with this, even though I grew up in mid-20th century Eastern Seaboard United States, a very liberal atmosphere, never experienced much anti-Semitism myself. All that consciousness of that identity and that sensibility was very, very much ingrained in me. And for me, that's the difficult and the dark side of being Jewish, as opposed to the wonderful side of being Jewish. So the way we resolve things, and the Holocaust really put close the deal. Holocaust, the Zionism emerged out of the conviction on the part of Jews that it wasn't working. They would never be integrated, assimilated, and accepted by Western European society, and we need a state of our own, and nationalism, ethnic nationalism was the zeitgeist, and the rest is history. But it means that what was reinforced for us was what ultimately resulted in our grabbing for power and accepting it. And I believe now that the challenge for the Jewish people, what must drive us is not to think about what has been done to us. Our story up until recently was the story of Jewish history was survival in the face of the attempt to destroy us. We say these words over and over again every year on the Passover. God reached out his hand and saved us from them, but in every age, a tyrant rises up to destroy us, and we survive. That's been our story. But our story today is not what was done to us, but what we are now doing to others. And that is a major, major conflict, an important struggle and conversation within the Jewish community. We have to deal with this. We are in a lot of trouble, psychologically, spiritually, theologically. We are in a lot of trouble. And we have to work it out. But what I want to say to Christians, especially, and I've been saying this for a decade, 2 decades, to church organizations and church denominations that I've worked with, you need to let us have our family conversation. It's really critical for us, put it next to your Reformation, for example, or the church struggle in Nazi Germany, or the South African churches struggling against apartheid. That's how important it is for us to have to put that out on the table and to work on it, okay? But you, as the churches, have your own struggle, which is between doing what you know is the right thing with respect to the colonization and ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian people, and to put at risk or to deal with the consequences to the relationship that you've been able to establish and reconciling with the Jewish people in the ongoing process since World War II. Those are in conflict. Church anti-Semitism, for which it has so much to answer for, and its need to find a way to join with the Jewish people again and to try to heal those wounds on the one hand, and a human rights question, an urgent question of human rights, as important as the liberation struggles in Africa in the 60s, where the World Council of Churches established a program to combat racism and actually gave funding to armed conflict. Little known story. The church did the right thing. Did it create conflict within the church where people called names to each other? Absolutely. And they went right through to working with the South African churches to end apartheid. Okay. The church knew what it was doing then. So that is being asked again. The Palestinian churches, the Palestinian Christians have called to the churches of the world. That kind of conflict has to happen if the church is going to do the right thing. That's the short story. And so I will argue today, and I'll close with this, the path to peace lies not in the faith communities talking to one another, although that is a good and important activity, but in looking to their own houses. It's really urgent. These struggles are critical now, not only for the future of each religion, but for the fate of the world, because they all center around the same question. First one, asked and answered by Jesus, who is my neighbor? And then Rabbi Hillel, if I am only for myself, who am I? And I'm sure that the prophet poses the question as well. And it has to be asked again and again. It's not a principle written in stone. It's a journey. there is a commonality which we must share. It's not the fact that we all seek the same God and we can show that, you know, our different traditions do that in different ways. And of course, we all share the same God. If God is God, He's God of everyone. But to share how we all are passionately involved in carrying out the will of God, and to be God's hands on earth, bringing about a world of peace and sustainability, to share how we manage to do that in every generation within our own faith traditions. That's how we can come together. I think, you know, Abraham Heschel and Martin Luther King Jr. marching arm in arm to some of that. It's an iconic image, and what Heschel has repeated to have said about that was, I felt like my feet were praying. So yes, we must all walk together, and we must be mindful of what that prayer is about. It's not about keeping your house standing. It's not about avoiding conflict. It's about being clear within ourselves and amongst ourselves about exactly what it is that we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you for your comment. To you, Nahid.
Thank you very much. It's been a very interesting conference. I, for one, have definitely learned so much in the last few hours. I know it's going to take me some time to review, digest, and I'm going to be left with lots of questions, which is a great thing. And I'm hoping that everybody else will share that experience. So we've heard from our esteemed speakers a broad-ranging narratives of each of the three Abrahamic faiths. We've heard of race, equality, gender, ethnicity through the lenses of history, geography, and science. And it's been interesting to see how difficult and slow and painful at times the development of common values of peace, respect, justice, and equality has been. And yet we've had all of this written out and explained to us from time. Yet, for whatever reason, we've struggled to really grasp this. Having said that, I think it's really encouraging and heartening to know of the work that Dr. Safi is doing, and to know of the work he's doing in collaboration with many of the speakers we've seen and heard from today, as well as people who have not joined us today, and continually striving to find common ground, commonality, continually striving to find a voice of peace and reconciliation. So I think, you know, I would just like to take this moment, Dr. Safi and everybody, to really thank you for everything that you have spoken of today and all of the work that you are doing in this area. I think we will have a lot to owe you, and I think generations to come hopefully will benefit from this conversation and how this conference develops into different areas. But I think, having said all of that, I think we would be really good to maybe ask the panel a few questions. I know that the audience is really sort of engaged and sent in comments and reflections that they've had, but as Paul said at the top of the conference, also we'll try to get questions from the audience. It may be that we need to come back to another session to explore in any great detail, but as I said, I think people have really given up their time, and it'd be really good to have some conversation and to hear from speakers and audience. So, Dr.
Did people
Safi,
send us their questions already, Nahid?
We've had some reflections.
I see. Okay.
And I think what's going to be more helpful is if we consolidate that after this session and do a more meaningful engagement with those.
Yes.
But I think, you know, for the moment, and maybe to help us to pull this conference together and close, it would be useful to just maybe share a few reflections that we each have had, and maybe, you know, ask the presenters to sort of share with us their perspectives on different sort of areas.
Let's do that.
Just to
Let's
help
do
us
that.
with, just to help us with to ensure that this process flows as smoothly and we get, you know, good engagement and everybody can hear, can I just suggest that when you are answering a question, that you unmute yourself, and when you finish, you mute your speakers, so that we can know that you've completed it, and we can move on to the next person. So, Dr. Gaskas, can I first of all start by asking you, throughout your work, what have you seen as the greatest challenge to promoting a message of peace through the reconciliation of the holy books of the three Abrahamic faiths?
Narcissism is the greatest obstacle. Everybody think that the good Lord created them and broke the mold. It moves from one person to a whole community, to a whole religion. I've met more Muslims that think that no other religion is any longer acceptable to God except those who have an identical faith with them. You know, in many occasions, I try to explain that what we're looking for is unity. What we're looking for is not necessarily being carbon copies of each other. We don't want the same faith. God did not send the same, God sent the same deen, we call it, the same core faith to everybody. But he left the details to all of us to develop any way we want. I mean, for people to go beyond themselves, to accept the other as they are, to accept the otherness of the other, is very difficult, apparently. I don't know why. But, you know, it's very simple to look around, and we are all the same. We are all a human being created by the same God. If we truly love our Creator, we should love his creation. I should love Mark the same way I love Paul, the same way I love Muhammad. You know, we are all brothers and sisters here on this planet. So if I want what's good for me, I should want the same good for my neighbor. My faith is very simple. I can translate Islam in very simple terms. Doesn't have to be complicated. And if we want peace on this planet, we need to simplify things and recognize the other, and ask them to recognize us, and let everyone worship God the best way they know how. I'm not going to interfere between you and the way you worship your Creator. That's up to you, but between you and him. But the way you treat me and the way I treat you, this is our business. We have to agree on the same foundation, which is respect. You know, like other people said, human dignity is very important. You know, Rabbi Lynn mentioned to us that human dignity precedes a lot of the mitzvahs, because we always look for what's good for a human being. So to make the long story short, and because of the sake of time, I really believe that the greatest obstacle I see in creating peace through the reconciliation of our holy books is because some of those people who follow these holy books believe that their ethnocentricity or faith centricity, Islamocentricity, I don't know what you call it when it comes to Christian and Jews, but let's get out of this glorifying ourselves and our faith, and it's the best ever been, or the greatest that God, and let's look at the other with respect. You know, they have dignity, we need to respect. They have a faith that they're trying to worship the same God we are trying to worship the best way they know how. Let's respect them for this and ask them to respect us. That's all I will say about this at this time. Thank you. Let's don't forget that we're going to go to a panel discussion from here. So
yeah,
please Look at the time limitation.
Yeah, so I think that's where I probably would like to go immediately now, and maybe explore that question with the panel. What do you see? What do each of the presenters who've spoken see as the greatest obstacle? And maybe elaborating a bit more on how we can overcome some of those obstacles, really to just start to move us along the conversation about saying, you know, here's the
Nahid, I also like
issue,
to
and
announce
rather
to
than getting stuck
everybody.
in debating the issue, moving on to maybe finding a question. So please, you know, put your hand up, or I can just go and pick one of you to start the conversation, to continue the conversation. Okay, Rabbi Lynn. Rabbi Lynn.
Yes, thank you so much. I've been profoundly influenced by the nonviolent movement in the world over the last 100 years. You know, beginning with people like Gandhi and so many others. I think we have to define systemic harm. What are the institutions which are purveyors of systemic harm, such as racism, such as colonial settlerism, such as mass incarceration and militarism. These are massive institutions, mostly of the state, which we can come together in our shared values for human dignity and begin to confront. And even as we deal with the problems within our own communities, I have found that working together can have a huge impact, such as Jewish Voice for Peace supporting the Presbyterians when they decided to divest their funds from Caterpillar in order to oppose Israeli militarism. There are ways we can define and confront the biggest challenges to human survival by sharing our values and then working together to create tactics. One tactic that has worked for us is pilgrimage to sites of wounding and centering the voices of directly impacted people. So that tactic has worked in many, many cities across the world, and here in California, most recently to detention centers that are deporting immigrants. So I would suggest that we use the power that we have as people of faith reaching out to confront the violence in our midst. Thank you so much for this wonderful conversation, very inspiring conversation.
Thank you, dear. Dr. Aisa, do you have anything you want to say, please?
I want to reproach myself. I want to really get on board and of all what I heard. It seems that we have a circle of great thinkers who really would lead humanity to the ideal life that we wish to have. But how can we? I always find a way, or ask myself the question, how can this go out of that circle of very dedicated individuals to their communities, to themselves, to their faith? What I measure the influence of this community, for example, on their communities, the influence of their on their surroundings. How can we find that way? What tools are, other than education, that I suggested at the beginning of the conference, that we should pay attention to the growing generation from the early stage to really grow in, especially now when everything is globally available to the phone in hand. Kids have phones in hand. They can really follow the world advancement and thinking. How can we also do that at the level of adults, because we have communities, but we don't really sure, not sure if the community individuals sitting in the church or synagogue or mosque are with us in the same, on the same level. How can we really be more effective? Because I'm inspired by all what I hear, but I'm inspired because I'm one of the tribes, one of my members of the tribe. How can we do that to guarantee that other members can join in?
May I answer this question?
Yeah, I was going to ask, yes, Dr. Safi, if you can, and then maybe Dr. Daisy Khan. I know the work that you've done in putting together.
Yeah, let Daisy answer, please.
Kids, maybe you can share something as well after Dr. Safi.
No, go ahead, Daisy. Go ahead.
So, and the best way to do this, from my experience, is to actually collaborate on some key issues, like work together, because we all think alike and we have the same beliefs, but there are lots of problems in the world that if we just focused on one of them and work together as a coalition to bring about a change of some kind. Like in my case, when I published a book with 72 authors, people thought it was an insane idea. But that was also my way of letting every influential person in my community know that this is to be taken seriously. And now, because the book was published and a lot of people have it in their own hands, they have been able to spread it far and wide within their own networks. So we have to enable people to widen the circle and to create a ripple effect. So if we could just focus on one or two things that we can do, maybe it's a publication, maybe it's a project, maybe it's a declaration, maybe it's something where we all come together to do something. But I think that there has to be also equal emphasis on intra-faith and interfaith at the same time. Like I think what, let's see, where are you? Are you still here? No, I see Rabbi Steve, but I don't see the other gentleman who spoke before. Mark, yes, Mark. Mark, you know, your words
He's right there. He's there with us.
Were so tender because you were saying a lot of things. There's a lot of grief inside. And I think that if we don't confront the enemy from within, when I call it enemy, I just mean somebody who's doing counter God work. You know, if we don't confront the people from within our own communities, that then we embolden them and we allow them to have a voice and they take over. So intra-faith work is equally important. And sometimes if you include people of other faiths, it becomes even more important, because then, you know, people take the people within the community more seriously. Because you have an interfaith coalition that's supporting your efforts. So you don't have to go do it all alone. You can do it in conjunction with other people. Writing op-eds, writing articles, spreading the information on Facebook, like Safi has been doing for so long. I think these are just, you know, like I said, work on a few projects that we could do together as a community.
Right.
Again, I'm commenting on what Dr. Isa have said, or the question he asked, I should say. In fact, today, what we're doing right now is in fact the panel discussion. So, you know, let's take certain time and after that we'll adjourn. But before we adjourn, I think we need to decide on some resolutions, like Dr. Daisy suggested right now, made some suggestions. Other people made other suggestions. And let's get all these suggestions together and decide what will be the next move. My suggestion for a next move, for instance, is to have in a couple of weeks another panel discussion that will give us a chance to think about what was said today, prepare for that panel discussion, because our discussion among each other is very important. I mean, it's good to come and talk for 20 minutes, but it's best that we interact with each other. That will give us a little bit more of the wealth of ideas that we might be carrying around. And now we have a platform to share together. So I think we ought to have another panel discussion in a couple of weeks, and we'll have some time for it so everybody can express themselves and we can come with some important resolution. I just saw where someone suggested that we'll form an organization of peace or something like this. We don't want to rush to anything. I want you to think about it. I want it to be organic, the decision. They are, as you've seen, there were no restrictions on what anybody said today on this platform. And we cannot have any restriction to anyone's freedom to express themselves. We cannot have peace unless we have those basic freedoms guaranteed to each one of us. Unless we have respect, regardless of faith or sect, we have to respect the other. So I would say, take your time, think about it. Let's get back in a couple of weeks and decide which way we want to go. I know each one of you might have an important suggestion for us as a next step. I know one of my group, one of the organizational
can I suggest? Yeah.
Suggested a webinar, for instance, something that we can carry on a regular basis. But I'm saying, let's think about it and come back and talk about it and discuss it, and then we will vote for whatever decision any of you will like to put on the floor.
So maybe we need to identify a way through which ideas can be shared, so that when we meet again, or when you choose to meet and take up this conversation, there's a focus to it, and maybe also explore both the sort of the academic and the practical solutions and ways forward. Because I think picking up on what Mohammed Isa was saying, it's about taking the conversation out from just where we've got the converted, as is often
everybody has
termed.
my email. If you have a suggestion, you can send to me, and I will spread it. Once while we are meeting, we always have Robert Rules of Order to govern the meeting. You know, everybody is familiar with that, I take it. And it's very important that we think about what was said today. It's very important that we internalize it. It's very important that we have an intra-discussion, not just an inter-discussion, but an intra-discussion. If you notice, I have evangelicals, I have, other than evangelical Christians, we have a different Jewish member of this group representing various Jewish groups, and we have Muslims. Where are the Shia here? I don't see any Shia, and I'm a Muslim. I'm not a Shia, but I like to have one here representing that point of view. We try to have women because I think their voice in the past was kind of suppressed. So we try to have them represented properly, if possible. I also had Afro-American represented, but I need your help now. Since you all met each other, we will not do anything without consultation together first. And Mark had told me that panel discussions, forget panel, discussions are more important than people coming and speaking for a few minutes about anything. Am I expressing you properly, Mark, here? All right. So,
may I make a suggestion?
Yes.
When it comes to the people who have spoken today, keeping in touch, one of the things I found very useful, and it's happened with a lot of previous conferences, is that we set up a WhatsApp group for the actual people who contributed today, so that we can actually keep in contact afterwards. I think we already have a WhatsApp group. We could even add to that group, but and we can have the discussions on there, because it's just things have moved on from emails a bit. It's like email tends to be more formal, but for more fluid discussions, it tends to happen on WhatsApp these days.
The email is just to have a point of communication. But when we want to meet, we're meeting through Zoom. You know, so is there any other way anybody will suggest to meet other than Zoom? I mean, Zoom is acceptable.
Yeah, I think what I'm going to do is, Tariq, I'll just bring you into the conversation, but I think there's clearly lots of different mediums through which we can communicate depending on the nature of the conversation that we want. So email is probably very good to share the initial thoughts on what we would like to perhaps take forward. Then those conversations can take place sort of using Zoom and WhatsApp. I think that's something that we can develop. Tariq, can I invite you to speak? I think you had something you wish to share.
Yes, thank you very much. I have 2 points, I think, which I remember, which I failed to make. One of them is that it's a very good idea to start with the Abrahamic tradition. But as Dr. Safi pointed out, that is about, say, 60% of the world. We must not forget we have to take along with us the rest of the 40%. So we have to have an inclusive solution, something which will appeal to and be subscribable by the other faiths or even of no faith, you see. So it's not an easy proposition, but that is the goal. Otherwise, we will not achieve the cooperation that is required. That's number one. And second, that again, from the future of humankind viewpoint, if we go out into space, say, colonize Mars, the question is what kind of a political system, what kind of a governance structure would we place there? If you leave it to the early pioneers, then you will face the America type of situation. And soon, like if the Elon Musk's American side goes there first, and soon they will be followed by Chinese or Indian or Brazil or Russia or whoever, then again, we would have exported the same, conflict out into space, which will not work. So while we have the chance, we have to work out a unified system here on Earth before we can really move out into space, you see. So private worship is one thing, but you cannot have, in my humble opinion, we cannot have both capitalism and socialism. We've got to arrive at a solution which we all accept. Now, what is that solution? That we have to, and that follows that if we believe in one creator, one sustainer, nourisher, omnipotent, omnipresent, uber knowledgeable, then obviously we need that guidance. So the question would be, how do we get that guidance to be translated into a real political system, you see? Without that, both of these things, meeting the common challenges which are facing us on the earth here today, I dare say it is not going to be possible. We've got to face this issue squarely and not through wars, but as the suggestion is, sit down and talk about it. Unfortunately, the only forum that we have, League of Nations and United Nations, they again go into national politics. UN, for example, is not doing the job that it was meant to do. It has become a forum for national issues, national voice. So these are the practical problems, you see. Without delving into that, I don't think real progress would be possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just please
Go ahead.
just let everybody know that my connection is very poor, so I'm really sorry if I'm not sort of picking up everything that's being said. I'm getting bits and pieces, so maybe Paul and Mohammed, if you're able to sort of help us with the panel discussion, that would be really helpful. That way we could leave Dr. Safi to engage with the actual questions that we need to deal with.
very good. You already did a very good job, Nahid, and I really appreciate your help. And I feel like we discover a treasure in you, and we hope to see you again and again and again as long as we are meeting.
No, inshallah. Inshallah, you're part of the gang now.
It's a privilege. It's an absolute privilege, and it's an honor to be amongst such amazing people. You know, so but this isn't about me. This is about how we're taking this forward.
Yes.
So let's continue that conversation.
I would like to hear from Rabbi Steve about what he heard today and how he sees us moving forward.
I actually want to hear from Mark, who's had his hand up and down first, and then I'm happy to.
Sure. All right. Mark, you're called upon by a popular voice there to my neighbor from Maryland.
All right. Thanks, Steve. Okay, well, I wanted to respond to, I don't know if we're out of time for this or not. I wanted to go back to respond to the question about obstacles. Can I go ahead and do that, or do we wait until the next time we're going to get together?
If what you want to say, if it is of deep substance, leave it for the meeting where you're going to have enough time to do fairness to your opinion. Right now, we want to tackle organizational like issues. Are we going to meet again? That's a question. Are we going to have a panel discussion in our next meeting? That's another issue. You know, is it in 2 weeks? You know, these are simple issues that I want to tackle before we close this particular conference.
Okay. Well, let me just then say bookmark for the next discussion. I think the two points I want to make. One is we need to address the elephant in the room, which is going on between Jews and Christians. I don't know if Muslims, what their position is in this particular thing that's going on between the Jewish community and the churches. But the elephant in the room is that the Jewish community institutionally has been against there being any conversation about Israel, and certainly trying to block the inevitable things that have been happening with the churches in terms of calling attention to Israel's human rights crimes and trying to be a good friend and a good neighbor. But the Jewish community hasn't been listening. We need to deal with that elephant in the room. And the second is that I think I want to make sure that we move the conversation in talking about coming together. We don't lose the plot of what are we framing as our priority, and the priority, I think, cannot be harmony and mutual understanding, as important and as critical and as necessary as that is, but to not then lose sight of the frame, which is that as a world community, we are staring down the edge of a cliff. And that's what our efforts and our heart really has to be connected to, rather than making sure that we all feel good about being together. I would just go back to Jesus's statement when he got to Jerusalem on Palm Sunday, which is he stood in front of the temple and he said, "We have to destroy this temple, and it needs to be replaced with." In the Gospel, the body of Christ, meaning one single humanity, united in love and compassion. Jesus said that temple is the problem. And there are temples all over the world today. It's called empire. It manifests everywhere. And that's what we need to be united and confronting together.
Okay, Rabbi Steve.
And I'm really glad I let you go first, Mark, because it feeds perfectly in. I think we have to approach a couple of issues. And I think, Safi, you're trying to get us there. And I don't think we're going to get there today, but I think we have to be prepared to come to a next meeting with this in mind. And I think number one is the question of, is our work for reconciliation and peace a theoretical, or is it focused on the practical? If it's
Yes.
focused on the practical, then it turns to Palestine and Israel specifically. If it's focused on the theoretical and establishing the foundation more, then we stay there a little bit. But I think Mark is ultimately right. And what I heard from Mark earlier that I think is critical is that I think we all have to be willing and able to come to the next meeting with two things, both of which require honesty and courage on each of our parts. And that is to be able to share both our pain and to share the ownership of our groups as to where the problems lie, and be open to hearing from others who disagree and think that we own more than we might be willing to admit if we're going to move forward in that way. Me personally, as a congregational rabbi and as a Jew, I would love to do this quickly, and I would love to do this a month from now and not in 2 weeks, because we are coming up hard on the Jewish holidays. And for me, that has got to take my focus. As much as I want to be universal, I do have to serve my community and myself. And I think it sets us, for me, it sets me up perfectly. And I think it becomes a framework for the rest of us who aren't used to doing that sense of self-inventory and admitting our pain and admitting our faults at this season so that we can do true atonement seeking. I think it's a great metaphor for us each to try and undertake for a meeting a month from now.
If this is this a motion, Rabbi Steve?
If we need a motion, it's a motion.
Anybody to second this motion, please? I have a second from Dr. Muhammad Isa. Any discussion? We meet in a month from now. That means 10/11 or around that date. It should be a convenient day for everybody. Any discussions? All those in favor of meeting a month from now, let me see hands, your hands.
Okay.
Some people aren't picking up.
Yeah,
their
I think
hands.
8 out of 11 will carry. So we'll meet a month instead of 2 weeks from today, a month from today, and we will be in touch through email and maybe a WhatsApp group, maybe. We'll see what works for you the best, but we will definitely stay in touch, and we want to convene in a way that's comfortable for everybody. Anything else we need to discuss before we adjourn this time? Dr. Isa, did you want to propose something?
I think Marcy raised her hand. She has a question, or
where is she? I can't see her.
Marcy, if she is here, she's still here. She raised her hand and she wrote something. You want to say something? Are you here, Mercy? Marcy, iPhone. Okay, she raised her hand and then maybe she was praying.
Well, I know that we will talk if she has at a later time, doesn't have to be right here. Yeah. And if she has a proposal or a suggestion, we'll listen to it. I'll pass it on to you. I mean, we're establishing procedures in a sense. So if any of you have any suggestion later, this is not the only place where you can make it. It's either now or never. No, it's not like that. You can always suggest something and we will spread it. And there are many ways to vote on a suggestion. And if we have a majority, I'll let you know. We need to be very democratic in the way we make our decisions in order for everybody to feel that we're not saying respect theoretically. It should be a practical respect that we practice every day. Anything else we need to talk about?
So I'm hearing that what we need to be is role models before we can take this message out. So starting with being inclusive, open, honest, and respectful to each other's views is how we go. Mark, you have your hand up. Can I?
So, sorry, that was me voting on the motion.
Ah, okay.
Everybody's hands up. So yeah.
Perfect, perfect.
Go ahead, Rabbi Steve.
My hand up.
Not to be a pest on this, but given, and I'm being incredibly selfish here. but I'm also trying to think beyond myself. Knowing that we're looking at another Sunday, is it possible to aim for the end time from today rather than the earlier starting time if we're all involved in a discussion? Because I know it makes, at this moment, I'm free. I got free at 1:30.
Yeah.
And
I understand what you're saying.
responded to Safi telling me that I had to come on early.
Yes,
I hadn't even seen that text message. But I'm
Rabbi,
thinking,
yes, the answer is yes, because we're going to come out to you from Canada this time. So we came to you early because it was from London. Next
Right.
time we come to you from Canada. So when it is an acceptable time for them, it'll be late day for you.
and I'm also thinking it's going to make it easier for more Christian voices to come to the table because of the lack of the conflict they will
Indeed.
have with.
I think one of the things I've found very helpful, and which you might want to consider, is that the meetings rotate on days and times, so you get maximum engagement from as many people as you possibly can. And I think
Very good.
that's one way to take this
Yes,
forward.
indeed. Yes. Okay.
Well, one thing I would just like to mention, I mean, we could do it a little bit later, but this is already 7:35 p.m. in the UK. So it's like,
I know
we
you
could
want
probably
to
go
go
up
to
to
your
about
family.
9 p.m. UK time. But then again, if it's 9 p.m. UK time, if we want to include people from maybe places like Indonesia and places like Pakistan, or it could be, I don't know what time that would be there. So it's
Well,
just,
you see, Pakistan, about 9 o'clock UK time would be about 4 o'clock Indonesian time, and I think about 2 o'clock Pakistan time. A lot of my Pakistani friends sleep at about 3 o'clock in the morning. The Indonesians actually wake up early as well. Don't worry about it. I think we can do that. 9:30, 10 in the evening.
Can I suggest that in the first instance that this particular group meets, yeah.
By the way,
and
Faisal has just
find-
said that we wake up at 3 o'clock for football.
and maybe it's just me, I know as English people, we think the world revolves around us and stuff. It's
Sorry.
Actually,
do
let's
carry on.
talk about the next meeting a month from today for this group, because some of you know that I'm preparing for a meeting in the Urdu language for Pakistan, because I want to share these same values with Pakistani and Indian people, and that's going to be organized away from this group. And another one in the Arabic language for a group different from this group, because also we want to spread these values among Arabs, and it has nothing to do with the decision we're making now about meeting a month from today. So all these other groups will take place, God willing, but they have nothing to do with what we're deciding right now. What we decided now is we will meet approximately a month from now at a later time of the day, so everybody will be available, God willing, and ready with new ideas. Would that be okay?
Perfect. Also, Zain, if you're listening in, do connect with Farouk.
I can't hear what you're saying, Muhammad, because you have your hand in front of your mouth.
Okay,
that's better.
So can you hear me now?
A little bit lower.
Okay, so I was just saying, Zain, one of our friends, Farouk, is in Lahore, and maybe you guys can liaise with Dr. Safi for the Urdu event that we want to organize as well.
Zain, are you in Lahore or in Islamabad?
No, I'm near to Lahore.
I
Wonderful.
see.
Yes.
There you
The
go.
capital of Punjab.
Yes.
Super.
So I texted to Farouk, and we'll get in touch, inshallah.
Inshallah.
Super.
Okay.
Any other questions before we go off? Nahid sent me a message like about 15 minutes ago. I just picked it up. If I, she said, if I go away, can you pick it up? So I apologize, Nahid. Of course, I'll pick it up.
Oh, don't worry about it, Mohammed. I think maybe we have some ideas and some conversations. We've definitely got a way forward for our next meeting, and maybe Dr. Safi, Mohammed, Zain, Paul, and myself, we can just look at diary dates and set that meeting up so that it actually does take place, and we can do that as the next most urgent thing and the priority from this group, conference.
Very good. We need someone to do a short prayer for the group. Any volunteers?
So before we do a short prayer, can I just once again thank everyone and everybody who's joined us throughout the day to listen and share and show their interest to this conversation. I think it has been really successful, and you know, I think it's really worth us kind of just.
How can it not be successful, Nahid, when we dedicated it to the pleasure of God? How can it not be successful? Of course it's going to be successful.
Yeah.
I had no doubt about it in my mind. You know, we're coming all together in unity to please our Creator. Of course it will be successful. So
absolutely.
As we say as Muslims, Alhamdulillah, praise be to God for the success we've met this time, and we will meet every time, God willing. Rabbi, can you please do a short prayer for us, or are you going to defer that to me?
I'm going to defer to you, my friend.
You, please, you do it.
Okay, there's a fight now. There's going to be a fight.
No, not between us.
Hello, Safi.
Heavenly Parent, creative force in the universe.
Excellent prayer. It is in Arabic, and you can do the translation.
No, the Rabbi is doing it right now. So
Allahumma inni as'aluka
imanan. Wait. We will do this after he finishes. Go ahead, Rabbi.
You sure?
Yeah.
Heavenly Parent, creative force in the universe, God whom we call upon by many different names, in many different times, in many different ways. We are grateful for the awareness that to believe that you are one requires us to recognize that we are all praying to one. That whatever names we use, whatever reasons we call to you, whatever work we do in your name is done for the sake of a single God, a single entity who created us all, who watches over us all, who guides our voices and our steps, who we pray will allow us to both strengthen ourselves as individuals as we move forward from this day of learning and sharing, to become better voices and better listeners within our own communities, to share this important word, to be able to work better with each other in listening to each other's truths and each other's admissions, that we might be able to come forward together as one.
Amen.
As you created us, so may we find ourselves as one, now and always. Amen.
Thank you. Amen. Now your turn, Brother Tariq.
Okay, it'll be together. Allahumma inni as'aluka imanan kamilan.
Allahumma inni as'aluka imanan kamilan.
Translate that, please.
Oh God, I'll ask you complete belief.
Wa yaqinan sadiqan.
And truthful faith.
Wa rizqan wasi'an.
And a wide sustenance.
Wa ilman nafi'an.
And useful knowledge.
Wa qalban khashiyan.
And a heart that is what's
khashiyan, fearful.
Khashiyan.
Careful. Khashiyan is fearful.
Qalban khashiyan is a heart that is in submission to you.
Yes. Nafi'an qalban khashiyan, balisanan zakiran.
And a tongue that's always remembering you. always in remembrance of you.